Good evening. This evening's City Council meeting, scheduled to start at 5:30 p.m., has been canceled and will be rescheduled for another date. Due to the lack of quorum, we will close the meeting at this time. Please look for a follow-up as to the new date for this meeting. Thank you. The City Council will meet at 7 p.m. as regularly scheduled.
Good evening, everyone. We're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you. Welcome to the August 26, 2025 regular City Council meeting. We have a quorum. Can we get roll call, please?
Councilmember Maloney.
Present.
Vice Mayor Pearson.
Present.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Here.
Councilmember Orlemans.
Here.
Mayor Meyer.
Here, please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We are going to start our evening on a positive note with the recognition of Police Chief Tim Herbert upon the occasion of his retirement. And yeah. Chief, if you'd like to join me at the podium.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Who's this 21-year-old me? Oh my gosh.
I love that. That's awesome. Okay. Let's see. Sorry, the other. That's the whole thing. Gently. It's very special. Okay, you ready?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to read a proclamation and then I would love to open it up for others on council to say a few words, for your family to come up, if anyone on staff would like to come up and speak, any of our officers here. But we'll start with this. You ready? Okay. Whew. This is a very long one. I need to breathe. Okay. Whereas Chief Tim Herbert has honorably served the city of Brentwood and its residents for 23 years with unwavering dedication and integrity. And whereas Chief Herbert began his service with the Brentwood Police Department as a police officer on August 26th, ironically, 2002, and was promoted to detective on July 5th, 2004, and then to patrol sergeant on August 1st, 2005. And whereas he continued to advance in leadership, promoting to investigation sergeant on January 1st, 2011, professional standards unit sergeant on November 1st, 2012, patrol lieutenant on September 14th, 2015, and administrative lieutenant on December 14th, 2017. And whereas Chief Herbert was promoted to captain on January 1st, 2019, and ultimately appointed chief of police on September 28th, 2022, each role reflecting his distinguished service and steadfast commitment to the Brentwood community. And whereas in November 2024, Chief Herbert was recognized for his exemplary service and leadership in law enforcement by being awarded the Distinguished Executive Certificate, representing the highest level of professional certification attainable by a law enforcement officer through the California Commission on Peace Officer Standards and Training. And whereas he has mentored and inspired countless officers and staff, leaving a legacy of excellence that will endure for generations. And whereas under his guidance, the Brentwood Police Department has achieved major advancements in crime prevention, training, and outreach. And whereas he has demonstrated exceptional leadership, earning the respect of his department, colleagues, and the community. And whereas his well-known love of selfies has captured countless moments of connection, bringing a personal and joyful touch to his public service. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby extend heartfelt appreciation to Chief Tim Herbert for his 23 years of dedicated service and extends best wishes for a fulfilling and well-deserved retirement, dated this 26th day of August, 2025. So we'll get into some other comments as we go, but Nicole from Senator Gabaldon's office is here. Oh, you are? Okay, there's a joint one I didn't realize. Here you go.
All right, awesome. Did you want to start off, or do you?
Oh, you go ahead. No.
All right. So, Chief, it is an honor to have sat on this council with you being our chief. I'm sure that everyone here feels that we felt a lot more safer, and we can sleep more at night for the work that you've done. I know you're passing on the baton to very capable hands, and we wish you just the very best in your retirement to ride off in the sunset. I'm here in two capacities. So right now, I'm normally not here in the other capacity, but I wanted to do this in honor of you. So I'm going to take off my vice mayor hat, and as the district director for Assembly Member Avila Farias, I'm also here with.
Hi, my name is Nicole Claire Nelson. I'm with our state senator, Christopher Gabaldon. Chief Herbert, just congratulations on your retirement. Thank you for dedicating the past 23 years to keeping this amazing community safe. Your service is it's so impactful, and we're really lucky to have had you, and we wish you just the best time in your retirement. And with that, it's our pleasure to present you with this certificate of recognition from the great state of California, from Senator Gabaldon's office and Assembly Member Avila Farias' office. It's our pleasure. Congratulations.
Take a quick picture.
Yes, absolutely. Congratulations, seriously. Oh, yes.
I just want to say that you can pass the torch to run the police department, but maybe I can do the selfies. So if we can take one big selfie real fast. And I know it wasn't been that long since you did this, because that was only a couple of years. You look the same. Here you go. So can we do a quick selfie? Hold that up. And put the fat heads up, everybody, please. Can they see them? There you go, thanks. Thank you so much.
Chief, I also want to say I personally appreciate the service that you've given to the city and the safety that you've delivered to all of us and the unity that you bring to the department, because they clearly are all just on your side, behind you, lifting you up. Every time anybody talks about you, it's with respect and joy and inspiration that they receive from you. So thank you for being a mentor to so many of our officers in the department, and for being such a friendly space and face in the community, and people just love interacting with you. Thank you for that. Would you like to? Good.
Unusual for me, but we have been friends since 2005 when I came on the police department. My first boss as a sergeant, and then my mentor teaching me how to be a sergeant once I got promoted. And his leadership skills have been passed down to everybody in this room standing on that back row. Very apparent why you're standing here. One of the best leaders I've ever met, and a great friend. We're going to miss you dearly. Thank you for your service.
Chief, oh my gosh. 23 years, and before that, all your time in Hercules. Thank you so much for everything that you've done. We often don't think about the little things that happen throughout the career, the big things. You've gone through a pandemic. You've gone through so much, and throughout the whole time, you've led this whole police department in such grace. So thank you for that. And the other part of you that I want to thank is your family, because you guys were also on this adventure with him. So thank you so much for lending him to us and experiencing everything with us. So this is for all of your family. So congratulations, and thank you.
Thank you. I get to speak.
I think everyone said how amazing your career is, and I mean, it is. I mean, 23 years, I can hardly get through like 4 years before I'm already itching to do something new, so it's super commendable. But what I'm excited for is your retirement. Like, you get to enjoy your life, enjoy your family. Like, I tell everyone, retire as soon as you can, because that's what our golden years are for, to enjoy our family. So I'm excited because you're not moving, you're still staying. So there's a non-emergency number you can call if you see anything around town. We have 24/7 if you'd like to open a ticket. But I look forward to seeing you around town at concerts in the park and all of our events, because you're always there, and I know that that will continue. But thank you for all of your service through all of your years. We really appreciate you.
So, Chief, as all employees get a great plaque to put on their wall for the years of service, as you know, today is your 23 years of service. And obviously, you will be missed. As Councilmember Maloney said, our gratitude goes out to your wife and your family. We understand the time that you've spent away from them. We also understand that with all your officers, but that cannot be stressed enough. We appreciate as you put your life on the line to protect the residents of residents. As Councilmember Mendoza stated, you're a resident here. You will continue to be a resident. And the one thing I wanted to add is one of the things that I've heard is I've had the opportunity to meet with many of your officers. Not only do they have respect for you, but the one word that I heard over and over again is that you're a father figure. So they hold you at high esteem, and you will be missed. You have big shoes to fill, but we thank you for all of your dedicated effort in leading the police department and keeping our community safe. Thank you, Chief.
Okay. First, let me say thank you, and I wouldn't be here today without everyone that I've worked with throughout my entire career. They've helped shape who I am as a person and who I was as a leader. So to all of you in the back of the room that are here today to support me, I truly appreciate it, and thank you for being on this journey with me. I have to thank my wife. She's been with me before law enforcement, and she'll be with me long after. My wife and my boys have been along with this whole wild ride, and it's not easy being a cop's son or a cop's wife, but she's been there through thick and thin, and I truly appreciate that, and I love you. Thank you for that. To the community, thank you for all of your support, and we as a police department wouldn't be who we are without you as a community. You support us, and you're the extra eyes and ears for us out there, and we wouldn't be as successful doing law enforcement in this town if it was not for you. So thank you for all of your support, not only for me, but for all of the officers on this police department. Finally, thank you to the council. If not for your guys' support, we wouldn't be able to have and do the things we do. So thank you for always being there and supporting whatever comes forward. You've always been gracious. And of course, my directors that are along the ride with us. I appreciate all of you, and we work well as a team, and I'm grateful to have worked with all of you. So thank you very much. I appreciate this so much. Thank you.
Would the family mind coming up and taking a picture? And any of the officers? No? Okay, so we will have his police department family come up and take a picture with the chief, please. Chief, the council meeting's not over yet. Not retired yet.
You're still officially on the clock. Thank you for that, everyone. Moving into public comments. The public comment time, considering the amount of people here that have filed a speaker card for tonight's items, will be 2 minutes each. In order to ensure that all speakers feel welcome to share their views, members of the audience are kindly requested to refrain from applauding or speaking to the council from the audience without being called upon first.
At this time, the public present in the council chamber are permitted to address the city council on items that are not on the agenda, items that are listed under informational reports or on the consent calendar, requests for future agenda items, new requests. Comments for this meeting's detailed agenda items or business items should be made when those items are called. Please limit your remarks to 2 minutes. The microphone will be muted when the timer expires. The first speaker I have is Tom Gregory.
Tonight, so I got 2 minutes, so I guess I should go quick. So I wasn't gonna bring in the comments, and I typed up 20 pages because everybody wanted to know all the reasons that the ice rink left Brentwood. And I thought about not doing it tonight and just kind of letting it all go. And then I saw Jovita's husband in the hallway and said, "Hey, sorry for how this is going." And he told me to F you. So I guess I shouldn't feel so bad. So some of the reasons I moved the rink was last year, the lies and misleading statements, comments that Councilmember Mendoza made, and her friends and others repeating those false statements. Last year, another city reached out to me, felt like I was not getting the support I deserved, wanted to know if I needed more support, I could give them a call. I thought we were good after Councilmember Mendoza called me last year to apologize for the false statements she made on the dais and in front page of the Brentwood newspaper last year. Apparently she forgot that phone call that we had. This year during a council meeting that should have never had my name brought up into it regarding the tattoo parlor that wanted to occupy a building I own. The business owners were asking for a zoning change to downtown, not just my building. It was a change for the downtown zoning. Councilmember Maloney suggested the council inquire with the DBC about them trying to get more food and beverage and entertainment in downtown. Jovita cut her off and says, Tom Gregory. Tom Gregory was asked by the DBC to not put a tattoo parlor in downtown. He did it anyway. She's always trying to paint this picture that I don't care about downtown. That statement was completely false. The conversation never took place. This is why I believe some of the downtown merchants are mad at me for hearing some of these lies and misleading statements that she's made. Why is it Tom Gregory? Why is it not the landlord or the property owner? Because it's always personal. You always want to say my full name. I'm the owner of Got a Party. I'm the owner of Brentwood on Ice. I'm surprised you're not giving out my address and my phone number. Then she says, he's a landlord. It's all about the money. That wasn't true either. I actually dropped the rent 50 cents a square foot for those tenants because I thought their offer was too high.
The speaker's timer has expired. Next speaker I have is Sahil.
Quickly test it. Okay, I'm testing the height. Hello, City Council staff and City Council members. Thank you for letting me present some brief remarks regarding the work of our Youth Commission. First, hello everybody. My name is Sahil. As you probably heard from last meeting, I'm a new commissioner of the Brentwood Youth Commission, and now let's delve deeper into it. Right now, the Youth Commission is working on greatly enhancing its recreational events, whether that be by catch-up from the pandemic and restoration of old programs that have sadly been lost to the sands of time. We are planning to add more youth-related leadership incentives and discuss more fundraisers and events. More information will be discussed as our September meeting, which is held on the first Wednesday of that month. It would be greatly appreciated if any one of the City Council members, staff, or any one of our great audience members could come. Please give a public comment and please come. We really need more people to share their voices. Next, as aforementioned, as our goal is to foster youth inclusivity, promote the quality of life for the youth, and be an advocate for all minors in the city of Brentwood, we would highly encourage the amazing audience, yes, again, I need to do this twice, is behind me to attend one of our meetings meetings, and maybe even give a public comment, a presentation, anything. We really need the community to speak more at our meetings. Finally, thank you, Madam Mayor Meyer, for inaugurating me and about half of the commission about a month ago. And thank you to the whole council for allowing the commission to exist and support our initiatives all these years. Now with that, thank you, City Council staff and City Council members. I yield the floor.
Ralph Hernandez.
Good evening. I'm here to present to you information.
I'm sorry, sir.
You
Can we
as,
stop the time for a minute? Could you
pardon me?
raise the podium or the microphone so we can hear you? Thank you.
I thought I was shorter than that. Information for you. You may or may not know, but our children and everybody really is affected by some lies. There's an industry where you have unborn babies, aborted fetuses, and other similars that are being recycled through our foods, our drinks, sodas as an example, beers, liquor, and some of the other foods, candies, desserts. There's even a patent that was taken out by one of the big companies. It's a money-making industry. Also, you have a lot of our youth, our children, that are being used to promote and demonize against certain things. You as a council, you should consider looking at that industry, those industries, and what they are presenting for the public to eat and drink. I doubt there's anybody here that has not consumed basically the baby cells that are used as flavor enhancers, flavor additives to a lot of our foods. Sodas are one example. Our youth, I have seen, are used to demonize some other products that come before you, which are going to come before you. And it's a tragedy. I know when I was on the city council in Antioch, we had the youth come up there that didn't know nothing. They demonized the products that they were told to demonize. Thank you.
Olga.
Council members. Good evening, City Council members. First of all, Patanisha Pearson, Council Member Patanisha, I want to thank you. A few weeks ago, you presented a ninja-like analysis regarding the fire station. On point, very smart. Appreciate that so much. I think it took more courage based on the echo chamber in here for the three of you to vote yes on the fire station. I completely applaud you for that. Let's talk about the ice rink. What happened? I cannot believe that we're allowing that business to leave Brentwood, because people move here because of the wonderful hometown feeling that Brentwood has. And now we're letting that piece go. I don't know who made the mistake. Well, I do. Let's not lie. I know why this is happening, but it shouldn't happen. Oakley is rolling out the red carpet. Oakley is welcoming the ice rink, and it's all due to our loss. The revenue alone, we need to look at the fiscal aspect, the revenue that the ice rink brings to Brentwood, the camaraderie. We have an event that helps the underserved or the disabled, for lack of a better proper word there. We need to think of that. We need to think of the influence of all the attendees that support local businesses. What are we doing here? What are we allowing to happen? The meanness, the lies that are being spewed about Tom got a party. They need to stop. Apologies need to be made, and we need to find a way to keep the ice rink here in Brentwood. It's important. It's great for the children. It's great for the community. It's good for hometown Brentwood. Please, let's try to rectify that at best. I don't know if it's too late, but perhaps there's something we can do. Thank you.
I have no additional speaker card. Would you like to speak, sir?
Yes.
Oh, boy. Thank you. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Well, before I begin, the last couple of months, I have been active in calling out certain things and upsetting people who I consider friends. And for that, I apologize. Not to all of you. You know which one I'm not apologizing to. I really wasn't going to say anything about Tom Gregory, but he just can't help himself. I wish I had time to actually voice the comments he wrote. All right, so for those who don't know what the heck is going on here, it's real simple. The council had a certain amount of money to give to organizations to host events. Profit, not-for-profit, and nonprofit. Tom Gregory put in a bid for $40,000. The city said we can afford $25,000. He turned it down. Oakley offered him $30,000. He accepted. So let's not get it twisted. He took $10,000 off of his initial bid, and he did it out of spite. A $10,000 cut, and when I mentioned maybe you should have went to the city and gave them the counter offer of $25,000, maybe it would have been accepted.
I have no additional speakers.
Thank you. We are going to move into informational reports from council members, committees, liaisons, and staff. But before we do, I'm going to take a moment with the mayor's privilege and make a brief comment. I want to remind people who are not aware of how city council works that there is no one vote that makes any agenda item or any issue or any event or any policy pass. It takes a majority. So I can't make a decision to make something happen in the city and have it happen. No one here can do that alone. If there's an item that goes to a commission or a committee first and then comes forward to council, any one of us can pull it. Any one of us can say, I don't agree with that decision. Any one of us can say, I'd like to change that. It never boils down to one person having total control over the council. I also want to say that I know there are people that are pretty sure they're clear on what happens when you're sitting up here. Maybe you've watched a lot of meetings. Maybe you've come in person and made public comments. Maybe you ran. Maybe you've got a friend who's on council. You actually don't know what it's like until it's up here. And I'm incredibly grateful every day that I'm here. But I think that I want to remind everyone to take a step back, not believe everything you read online. Speak to us. I had never received any email or any communication about the ice skating rink moving and the person wanting more money. So I just want to say, when you're reading all these things online that seem incredibly just angry, a lot of blaming and pointing fingers and accusations and scapegoating, remember that city council operates as a majority. We all do our best to represent the residents that are here and also in the city itself, the ones that are watching us online, the ones that aren't able to do any of that. We represent you. And if you have an issue with something that one of us or all of us do, you can access us. You can come here and speak. You can call City Hall. You can send an email. Some of you have our direct phone numbers, and we encourage you to do that. We are a city council that as a whole has always been very accessible, very transparent, and we've asked for you to come and speak. I can say there's not a single person up here that hasn't received hate in one way or another. And we know that. We sit here and we listen to it. We understand that comes with the job. It's a a big job. We all elected to be here, and we want to represent you and do our best. But I would urge you to not necessarily believe everything you're reading online, and instead come and talk to us, reach out to us. And again, I'm going to say it one more time. Please remember, any decision that happens, any policy that moves forward, any event that one of us suggests cannot move forward without 3 votes, without that majority. None of us singularly can make policy move forward, or can cancel things, or can arrange new things, or like I said, decide policies. So with that, I'm going to move into city council members talking about their informationals, and we'll start with Councilmember Orlemans.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, for being here tonight. I know a lot of you are here because you have a voice and you want to use that voice to let us know how you feel about some of the topics on here. And some of us are here because one of our real good friends is retiring. But thank you all for being here tonight. It is truly a pleasure to sit on this dais and have this auditorium full and of people that truly care about the city of Brentwood. My informational report since July 22nd, let's see, as the chair for Tri-Delta Transit, I welcomed Assemblymember Lori Wilson, who visited Tri-Delta Transit. She had the time to discuss AB 394 to enhance transit operators' safety, and Senate Bill 63 to help bridge the funding shortfall for Tri-Delta Transit. I attended the Police Activities League bowling with one of my granddaughters. She had a great time, and it was great to see the Bolero full and all the kids in there enjoying the afternoon. We had the ad hoc Finance Committee meeting. I attended a wastewater treatment presentation, very long presentation. It was very interesting. I had a Tri-Delta Transit agenda review. I attended the town hall meeting with Vice Mayor and the interim city manager at A Steep in Time. If you haven't been yet, amazing place right there on the boulevard. I did agenda review. I have on here the city council closed session, but that was canceled. I did attended farmers market and a car show at Studio 71. It's over across from Golden State Orthopedics and Spine. And the proceeds went to Powell. And I think that covers everything for the time.
Thank you, Councilmember. And Councilmember Maloney.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for being here. Since our last meeting, I had 2 meetings regarding an upcoming Youth Wellness Summit. I also contacted Supervisor Burgess's office to inquire about the updates and remodels that are needed for the Veterans Hall to see if communication was established. I was advised that there was some communication established between the county and Veterans Hall and the Veterans Hall. I also had a meeting with the City of Livermore Community Development Team, along with the Downtown Brentwood Coalition President and Vice President, to learn more about their downtown specific plan. I'll also be planning another meeting to discuss the Bankhead Theater. I recently learned that apparently the City of Livermore has taken it over, so it'd be great to learn their pros and cons, especially since we're having that conversation here in our city. I had further communication with some residents off of Highland concerning criminal activity that happens over there. I've been in communication with our city manager, police department, engineering department regarding some of the solutions that we're trying to come up with to help them with their quality of life issues. I also met and spoke with some residents in Garin Ranch regarding adults riding their e-bikes recklessly on the trail, not children, they're adults. And I contacted our police department and interim city manager for some solutions which are going to be coming forward. I also met with a couple of residents regarding performance arts in our city. I met with the government outreach branch for National University, which is a university that I graduated from. They're trying to focus education, to focus on how to enhance education to future elected officials. Because right now for us, it's learn as you go, learn as we get elected. There isn't anything necessarily formal more than the city gives us when we get in these seats. I also attended the grand opening for 8 Acres. I'm really, really excited to see what that restaurant's going to bring to our community. And lastly, congratulations to Chief Herbert again. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mendoza.
Hello, since the last time we met, I attended our budget subcommittee, attended a presentation from the League of Women Voters on online fake news, attended the senior center open house, which was awesome. Thank you, June and Harith and like park direct team. That was great. The town hall with our interim city manager and our vice mayor. Attended a soft opening at 8 Acres, for lunch, which was fantastic, and then attended an event there on Saturday night, which was also amazing. And I usually don't address things during my informational, but I've been getting a lot of calls about what's going on. I usually address them just on my online videos. And I just think it's interesting because I don't think I've ever called Tom Gregory on the phone, let alone apologize, because there's nothing to apologize for. Tom Gregory has come to us year after year, and we have been more than happy to fund his ice skating rink. To date, we have actually contributed $183,200 to his ice skating rink and $113,378 to the sublease of the parking lot, so almost $300,000. I have never said no to Tom Gregory. So I'm not sure what his bee in his bonnet, as I said before, is about me. And you know what? May he find some peace, and whatever he has going on with me, may he pray on it and maybe move on from it, because this, again, is a 5-person council, and we all made the decision together. And if he wants to reapply next year for a grant, we'd be more than happy to review his grant application once again. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Good afternoon, everyone. Since our last meeting, I attended a Choice in Aging joint Antioch Chamber Luncheon Learn, which was so happy to learn more about what they offer to Brentwood residents and other residents around the county. I attended a Rotary meeting and attended the 8 Acres Kitchen and Bar grand opening. I was on KTVU for the Zip Trip, which was really fun. I actually was the lucky winner of a horse that walked up behind me while on camera. Tried to steal my frame. A horse from Oakley, too. Wasn't even one of our own, Brentwood. And then I held the town hall with interim city manager Darren Gill. I want to thank Director Alim, Assistant City Manager Bashirs for attending, and also council members Mendoza and Orlemans for attending. And I know the other mayor and council member would have attended if they were able to attend. I also went to the Delta Association of Realtors social reception for elected officials, and I found that to be a very insightful because there's something that will happen as of December, and I feel like every resident should know this, as of December, changes in the law as of December 31st, 2026, water heaters you cannot have a gas water heater, purchase a new one. So you have to have electric. And if it's not at the date of purchase is what was told to us at this meeting. It is basically if it goes out and not purchase at the residence. If it goes out, you're going to have to get an electric, which means you're going to have to equip your house with the electric services. So this did not come from me. It was actually someone who was there hosting the event that said homeowners should know this. They're telling people when they buy new homes, and actually current homeowners and residents should know more about this. I am deeply concerned about our population of residents who are low income or seniors who will, so this may be something we need to bring up at another meeting for our age and disabilities friendly. But yeah, I'm deeply concerned about it and thought residents should know, get it replaced before December 31st, because if it goes out, you're gonna have to convert your whole house if you don't have one. All right, thank you.
Thank you. As far as my own informational, I presented a State of the City presentation to Somerset residents with our interim city manager, Darren Gale. A lot of really good questions, some of them very challenging, but it was a great presentation. Also took part in the Zip Trip interview, several months of back and forth and a lot of recommendations. They certainly chose what they wanted to highlight. If you haven't seen it yet, you can see it through the city's website and YouTube channel. I would have to agree with our vice mayor that she did win the best photobomb of the day. I went to the home of a Korean War veteran who was not able to come to city council chambers when we recognized National Korean War Day, and presented him with a proclamation. Governor Newsom's Office of External Affairs reached out and asked for a meeting to discuss Brentwood's priorities. So I invited our interim city manager, Darren Gale, and interim assistant city manager, Sakari Bashirs. Thank you very much for being part of that. And we talked a little bit about what we saw as the pressure points in Brentwood, what we saw as the priorities. And of course, the jobs housing balance came up as a pretty big one. The fact that people are not able to live here, grow up here, and buy a home here anymore. It's that things have gotten more expensive that way, and a huge discussion around local control. We sent copies of some advocacy letters that we had submitted that were against some certain housing bills that we thought were egregious. And they are continuing the relationship. They want us to keep in touch, and if we have something state-related that we need extra support with in some other departments, that we can reach out to them. Had a meeting for the Community Day of Service planning for 2026. Please mark your calendars for April 18th, Saturday. That's when we're going to hold it, and more information to come on that. Attended the city's virtual workshop, Nonprofit Strategies. Staff did a really great job. Where's Abraham? Is he here? Abraham did especially a good job, and interim assistant city manager Sakari Bashirs did a wonderful job as well. I think it was over 30 nonprofits that took part, or 40, something like that, just to learn from the expert on some strategies around, for example, board development. I had a meeting with representatives of Center Cal to talk about the developments at the streets of Brentwood and some of the more exciting things that are pending. I think they said there was 10 applications of either businesses or restaurants that are almost ready to share with the public. Also attended the 8 Acres Kitchen and Bar opening. Really wonderful, wonderful time. The food's going to be great. It's going to be a wonderful addition to our dining community. And then last had an interview with a reporter from the Chronicle who reached out about the Brentwood commute. It's big news, evidently, that Brentwood's commute the average commute is incredibly long, and some like to say the longest in the country, although we're not sure we're going to believe that. Had a good discussion with him, 45 minutes long, and Darren Gale also attended that. And so we talked about the great things about Brentwood and the reasons that people do want to live here, even though sometimes their commute's a little longer. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Darren for his report.
Thank you, Mayor Meyer. A few key updates. This past couple weeks, we had our quarterly all employees meeting, which was a great opportunity to connect with our staff. I attended what's called the Public Managers Association meeting with all the city managers in the county, and we talked about a leadership academy where each city is able to allow staff to apply for a leadership academy, and they get to work on a project countywide. We will have 3 employees participating in it this coming year. We had our new employee orientation, which is always exciting. We had 26 people, I think, that were invited. Almost 20 showed up, and many, many, many promotional opportunities for candidates to move up internally. We don't just bring new people in, but there's also promotional opportunities. I did hold a town hall, I'll call it a town hall meeting with the Somerset 1 HOA regarding the sound wall, and we'll have more information for the city council, and this will be part of your upcoming strategic planning session and providing funding for that. That's a project. The city council mentioned the state of this, the city council mentioned the town hall with the vice mayor. The next one will actually be with District 3, Councilmember Mendoza, as she looks for a date and location. And then after that will be District 4, and then to the mayor. And we hope to have those dates scheduled here in a short time frame. And at our last meeting, I was asked a question as related to the county and a traffic study for their building. I did want to clarify and let you know that the county is undergoing a traffic study. Nothing has been released publicly. And as they go through their CEQA process, we'll be reviewing that and providing comments as needed. And then finally, I held a meeting last night with the veterans group as they work with the fire district in possibly they need to move their storage containers. And so the city's trying to work with them to assist them in their process. And then finally, my favorite part, I want to extend a few thank yous. Once again today, we had another fire at our solid waste facility as a truck was actually leaving our facility to go to the dump. It did not damage one of our vehicles, but there was damage. But staff did an amazing job, pulled out a water truck, and were able to extinguish a fire that's happened. So I would remind our residents, please, please, please be careful with what you put into your garbage can. Next, I want to thank our Parks and Rec staff as they just finished their 9th summer concert and this past Friday. And Parks and Rec staff, they share the love amongst their employees. I see a few sitting over there, and different Parks and Rec staff oversees each and every one of the concert series. So I thank them. And just to highlight, summer is by far the busiest time for our Parks and Rec, as they have summer camps, a variety of sporting events, Juneteenth, 4th of July, and 9 summer concert series with an average, I'll say average 2,000 people that come downtown for those events. And then also, I want to thank Brittany O. We had an incident that occurred here at City Hall, and she was able to step in and help maintain or help an incident that occurred with a staff member, and thank Brittany for that. And then finally, if I could ask Captain Walt Ogrodnik to please stand. So as many of you know, Captain Ogrodnik will become our interim police chief on September 5th. Captain Ogrodnik's been with our department since 1998. I was almost still in high school. No, but he's a 32-year law enforcement officer, has been dedicated to our residents. And Captain Ogrodnik, I appreciate your willingness to step up and fill the role. And we know that your officers will support you as will we as we go through this process. So thank you, Captain.
Darren, is there anything specific we need to advise residents on as far as throwing things away in trash?
You know, we're going to work with Public Works, and we're going to have some videos encouraging people and letting them understand the importance of what they can and cannot throw away. There's also some changes as relate to state law and, you know, what people, food scraps and different things. And so we're going to be going through a process, but this is our second fire in 60 days, 2 months? In 3 weeks. So it's definitely an issue, and it can be very costly as we lose equipment. And thankfully, both times there was no injuries to staff, which is important. But just wanted to highlight that we have employees that are trained and ready to deal with an issue as it comes about. So we appreciate that.
Thank you. Moving into consent, I would like to pull item F.7, approval to distribute community survey on public art per Arts Commission recommendation, and we'll be working with our interim city manager on discussion on that moving forward. And also pull item number F3 and F4. Anyone else?
Just for clarification, did you want to pull F3 and F4 or just give the proclamation after the vote?
Give the proclamation after the vote. Thank you.
So then I'll make a motion to adopt the consent calendar less item F7, and we will be presenting F3 and F4 after the motion and the vote.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And that passes. If we can have the families of Police Officer David Smith and Community Service Officer Alan Sheffield to join me in front of the dais, please. Excuse me for turning my back. It's more important that they see you all. This is a proclamation to recognize Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Whereas childhood cancer remains the leading cause of death by disease for children in the United States, and each year thousands of families face the life-changing impact of a diagnosis.
And whereas the 2025 theme, Diagnosis, highlights the importance of early detection, accurate medical evaluation, and timely access to care in order to improve treatment outcomes and support for children and their families. And whereas advances in research, advocacy, and awareness continue to increase survival rates, but more progress is needed to ensure that every child has hope for a brighter, healthier future. And whereas the City of Brentwood stands with the children and families in our community and across the nation who are affected by childhood cancer, honoring their strength, resilience, and courage. And whereas raising awareness through the month of September provides an opportunity to promote research, support families, and inspire action to help bring an end to childhood cancer. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize September 2025 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and encourages all residents to join in efforts to support affected children and families, advance research, and spread awareness. Dated this 26th day of August 2025. We have one for each of you. Would you like to take that? Would someone like to speak?
I was actually told we weren't speaking today, but here we go. Thank you, citizens of Brentwood and our extended family with the Brentwood Police Department. Tonio, Chief, where you at? Chief. Thank you very much. Without the support and love of everyone, our little guy wouldn't be here. So thank you. Love you guys. Love our city. Everyone.
Yeah, again, thank you guys, everyone, for being here. I'm going to read an email that I sent out to the to the police department after we found out that Addie was cured of her cancer. So I'm just going to read it. I sent this email out a couple months ago. It reads like this. As I'm sure many of you have already heard, my family recently received the best news imaginable. Here, I'm gonna put you down, bud. Oh, and this is my family. This is Emily, Addie. She had brain cancer. And then this is Bailey, Wesley, and Penelope. Anyway, before I get into the news, I wanted to provide context, which is essential in understanding the miracle that has occurred. On June 18th, 2024, our oldest daughter, Addie, since that date, Addie has been battling cancer. Through this, our family has experienced sorrow and fear that words cannot express. From discovering the cancer, to the brain surgery, to the tumor growing back, bigger than it ever was in the beginning, to having to do 30 sedated radiation treatments, we feared we were going to lose our daughter. My dad died of brain cancer, my grandpa died of brain cancer, and that's kind of all of our family knew. No child should ever have to experience what our daughter has gone through, and no parents should have to see their child suffer. On the other hand, we've also experienced true joy and indescribable peace in the midst of these trying times. We've received unprecedented support from all of you, and we could never thank you enough for it. The sick leave donations, wristband fundraiser, money donations, meals at home, texts and prayers help us more than you could ever know. Thank you all for being there for my family when we needed it the most, so I could be at home to support my family. Now on to the miracle. Since finishing radiation treatment on October 3rd, 2024, Addie has been medication and treatment free. The initial decision to do radiation treatments for Addie was a last-ditch effort to stunt the growth of Addie's tumor that was rapidly growing. The doctors needed to buy time with the radiation to figure out what to do next to try to save Addie. The doctors made it clear to us that the radiation wasn't going to cure her, but they assured us it would temporarily stop the growth of the tumor and hopefully shrink it to an extent. They said the effect of the radiation would wear off 2 months after the radiation treatment concluded. However, on June 20th, 2025, Addie had a routine MRI scan, and as we were driving home, we received results that were uploaded to our Kaiser account. The results showed a reduction in size of what we thought was the tumor at the time. And it was a small reduction, but on July 1st, 2025, we had a follow-up appointment with the pediatric oncologist, and we weren't prepared to hear the news that we were desperately praying for. During the meeting, Addie's pediatric oncologist clarified the measurements weren't of Addie's tumor anymore, but the remaining scar tissue from her surgery and radiation. This new scan did not show any signs of Addie's tumor because it wasn't there anymore. We went through all of Addie's previous scans, which showed her tumor glowing with the contrast they used to illuminate it during the scans, but the glow was gone. All that remained was scarring tissue and a cavity of where the tumor once was. Our prayers were answered, and a miracle has occurred. Needless to say, we are relieved and finally able to take a deep breath again. Addie is doing incredibly well. She's meeting new milestones. She just learned how to swim this week. And you wouldn't even be able to tell that she had brain cancer in the first place. So when we told Addie that her cancer was gone, she replied appropriately, and she said, "God healed me." So thank you all again for being here, and thank you for supporting us.
If this isn't a really good example of what the department does for the department and the community does for the community, I don't know what it is. So congratulations to both of you. And I'm speaking for myself, but I would imagine the council agrees. We are so blessed to hear that you have good news and so grateful that you are here sharing your stories and that maybe we can raise awareness that way. Thank you so much for being willing to talk. Thank you.
He's like, no, I just want you to play peekaboo. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you.
We have one more. This is for National Senior Center Month, and I'd like to welcome up Recreation Supervisor Lindsay Pinnell and Recreation Coordinator Devin Campos. Ready? Whereas the City of Brentwood recognizes the vital role senior centers play in strengthening communities by providing a welcome place that promotes lifelong learning, volunteer opportunities, and meaningful friendships. And whereas National Senior Center Month, celebrated each September, highlights the importance of these community hubs in promoting independence, dignity, and purpose for senior residents. And whereas the 2025 theme, Powering Possibilities, Flip the Script, reflects the innovative and dynamic spirit of senior centers as they challenge outdated perceptions of aging and open new doors for engagement, growth, and connection. And whereas Brentwood Senior Center continues to be a pillar of support and enrichment, empowering seniors to lead active, healthy, and fulfilling lives. And whereas the City of Brentwood is proud to honor the contributions of its older adults and celebrate the positive impact of senior centers in creating stronger, more vibrant communities. Now, therefore, it be proclaimed that the City Council of the City of Brentwood does hereby recognize September 2025 as National Senior Center Month, and encourages all residents to recognize the important work of senior centers in powering possibilities for every generation, dated this 26th day of August, 2025. I just have to thank you. This is kind of my wheelhouse. I love older adults. That's what I do for my job. And you're both very well loved. And when we go to the senior center and see you interacting with the people there, they adore you. So you've done incredible work. You've made everyone feel welcome, and we really appreciate that.
And thank you for what they've done on the age-friendly disabilities.
Yes, thank you. And Vice Mayor said, and she's totally right, we need to thank you for your contributions to the Age and Disabilities Friendly Community Committee. Did you want to speak?
I just wanted to also say thank you to the Brentwood Senior Citizens Club because we couldn't run the senior center without them. They are huge. They're huge. They do so many things for our center. And Devin, she planned our first open house for Senior Center Day last week, and we had over 100 participants come into our senior center to check out our offerings, and the club hit a huge milestone. We had 13 memberships that day, but it put us over 1,000. Last year, we did not hit 1,000 till the end of the year. So it is not even September, and we hit 1,000 members. So thank you to Devin and the senior club for all that they do, and of course, our part-time staff that keep our center running every day. Thank you.
Katie, do I need to do anything else with that one item I pulled?
Nope, you voted on it already, so we're
Okay.
ready to move on.
Wonderful, thank you. Moving into public hearings, item G1, Linda Shale, Senior Code Enforcement Officer, will present the next item introducing regulations related to tobacco sales in Brentwood and establishing a tobacco retail licensing program.
Thank you very much. This evening, I'm going to give a brief presentation on the changes requested by council at our May 13th council session. Do I have the right one? Sorry, wrong view. Give me 1 second.
Linda, can you please bring the microphone a little closer to your mouth?
I
Thank
will.
you.
Where's the slideshow? From beginning. There we go. So on May 13th, the council requested we make the following changes to the draft ordinance to remove the distance requirements from other tobacco retailers. This also removed the need for the first come, first serve application process. They requested we change the distance requirement from youth-oriented establishments to 250 feet. To look into allowing hookah lounges to operate in compliance with state laws regarding shisha. And because of these changes, we would need to look at the fee-based expected charges. So during that overview on the 13th, I gave an overview of 4 things. There were 2 that had updates: product and location restrictions, and again, the fee determination. No changes to what we were requiring from the retailers. The update for products was to add shisha being allowed to be purchased for on-site consumption at hookah lounges. The location restriction update was to change the distance restriction to 250 feet from youth-oriented establishments. There have been no changes to the definition of a youth-oriented establishment at this time. No changes to the license restriction. There is still a plan for 41 licenses to be issued. Same timeline for applicants to submit for their TRL. We are still planning on the 12-month wind down permit for anyone that needs to sell off prohibited stock, or a 12-month wind down permit for anyone unable to meet location restrictions for selling all tobacco products. No plans to change what we have outlined for enforcement. There was a change to the estimated cost because of the removal of the first come, first serve application process that reduced our application time. The new total cost for recovery is expected to be $1,574. There are no changes to the city fees that we showed you before. I would like to point out that Richmond has now extended their moratorium to April 2026 because they have still not reached an updated ordinance to present. It is a time-consuming process for anyone going through it. So at this time, any questions we'd like to try and answer for you?
Thank you. Do you have any questions? Okay, moving into public comment.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the speaker timer has expired. As displayed on the screen, we did receive a total of 3 comments in support and 8 in opposition of this item as presented. The first speaker I have is Amber.
Good evening. I want to sincerely thank the City Council for bringing this tobacco retail license discussion forward. While this has certainly raised concerns for many of us, it created an opportunity. Over the past weekend, my husband Tim and I went out and spoke personally with the tobacco retailers in Brentwood. Many of these businesses are here tonight. One thing we discovered was especially important. Out of the 39 retailers we visited, 41% had no knowledge about the proposed TRL ordinance. From those conversations, several key topics came up. The way distances are measured makes a huge difference in who is impacted. Property line to property line measurements are not an accurate reflection of the real world proximity. Door-to-door measurements are more precise and fair as they reflect accurate customer access. Every existing retailer who has been operating responsibly under the current state and county regulations should be grandfathered in regardless of their proximity to a youth-oriented business. Businesses have invested in their locations. The current definition of a youth-oriented business is too broad and vague, leaving room for confusion and uneven application and enforcement. For example, the map presented with this ordinance included certain daycare facilities such as Sunshine House, Kinder Care, and Kiddie Academy, yet it did not include other similar daycare facilities such as Scholar Academy and Stay and Play Daycare. The map also included Kumar Math and Reading Center, which to my knowledge is a tutoring center, and yet failed to include A1 Tutoring or Brentwood Tutoring Club. Why such incomplete data provided on the map? Could it be the result of unclear guidelines and the overly broad definition of what qualifies as a youth-oriented business? For small businesses, the ability to sell or transfer a business is essential. This TRL should be considered a valued business asset, just like other licenses. If a retailer wants to retire, sell, or pass on their business, they should not lose the value simply because of non-transferable restrictions. These adjustments will allow Brentwood to have a fair and effective TRL that protects youth while still respecting and supporting the local small businesses the community serves. Thank you.
I'm sorry, we're requesting that everyone not applaud so that everyone can feel safe in speaking. Thank you.
The next speakers are Celine, followed by Sheil, followed by Corinne.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Good evening, the City Council of Brentwood. My name is Celine Su, representing from Courage, and I recently spoke in the May City Council. We are back to tackle the issue of the tobacco retail license, but particularly the usage of tobacco among the youth. As of today, there are 15 tobacco retailers within 250 feet of a youth-oriented establishment based in the city of Brentwood. To put that into perspective, that is shorter than an average high school football field. Last time I was here, I spoke about my story with my father and his addiction. However, today, I'm going to be focusing solely on my high school peers. In 2023, 79% of tobacco retailers sold flavored products that were supposed to be banned by Proposition 31. However, 90% of high schoolers who are addicted to tobacco reports using flavors. Among these are my peers. Smoking has become so normalized within high schoolers. Vapes are passed around like candy, and no one even questions it anymore. But behind that normal is addiction and kids who don't even realize they're hurting themselves. I've watched friends go from trying it once to needing it every single day. And everyone acts like it's a normal thing and it's fine, but it's not fine. It's not a phase, it's a trap. And if we keep letting tobacco be sold to the youth, we're not protecting them. We're basically handing them the lighter. We need to do anything we can to stop this. Right now, somewhere in a corner store, a kid is trying to buy their first pack of cigarettes, and they don't know it yet, but they're buying their first breath of addiction because they think they can quit whenever they want. However, it's actually their first step towards disease, or maybe even death. And someone in this very room looked the other way on this issue. Thank you.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Sheil Gandhi, and I'm here representing Courage. And I'm here to advocate for the tobacco retail license. I'm going to be completely honest. I don't even have a speech prepared. I've been doing this for 4 years, and I've grown to have a passion for advocating to reduce the usage of tobacco, especially by the youth. And I can go on and on about the data of Brentwood, like I did last time at the May meeting. Could go on and on about how small business owners are not for this and how us young students, we advocate, we are for this. I could go on and on. We could go back and forth with the data. But what's the point if nothing's going to change? As Celine said, there are tobacco retailers within 250 feet of schools, if not closer. Everybody has a chance of getting their first e-cig, their first e-vape, being peer pressured into trying it. If it's near a school, if it's near a club, if it's near any place kids go. The likelihood of this happening, I don't have to tell you, because you already know that it's happening. You already know that these kids are getting affected. I know how important small businesses are, not just in Brentwood, in all cities. I understand what you guys are thinking and why you guys are not acting upon this faster. And I know the process takes a really long time. But I'm here again today, and as much as I need to be, I'm saying please consider and think about how many kids won't be addicted or won't get their first e-cig, e-vape from a tobacco retailer if you just change this policy. Thank you.
Dear City Council members, my name is Karine Como and I have proudly worked at Quick Stop here in Brentwood for 22 years. My husband also works at Quick Stop, and together our livelihoods are directly tied to this business. In 2024, I was honored to be named Employee of the Year by the Brentwood Chamber of Commerce, recognition of my dedication, work ethic, and commitment to serving the Brentwood community. I am here to express my deep concerns regarding the proposed tobacco retail license ordinance as it is currently written. If this ordinance moves forward without necessary revisions, both my husband and I could lose our jobs, leaving us without a source of income. For our household, this is not simply a matter of reduced income. It would very likely result in us losing our home and becoming homeless. The impact of this ordinance would be devastating to our family's stability and security. Quick Stop already has strong safeguards in place to prevent sales to anyone underage. All employees, including myself and the owners, complete annual training on proper ID verification and compliance. Our registers are programmed with an automatic age calculation system and validation, which prevents a sale if the ID presented does not meet the legal age requirements or if the ID is not valid. We have already been subject to state and county sting operations, and we have successfully passed those compliance checks. These measurements demonstrate our business's ongoing commitment to protecting youth while responsibly serving adults. Two areas of the proposal stands out as particularly unfair. Door-to-door measurement. The proposed measurement of distance should be door-to-door, not property to property line. Using property lines create an aggregate inaccurate and punitive boundary that does not reflect the true proximity of our business or youth-oriented location at door-to-door measurements is the fair and proper approach. Grandfathering clause, all existing tobacco retailers regarding the proximity should be grandfathered in. Businesses like Quick Stop have operated responsibility for decades, following the law and serving the Brentwood community. Stripping us of the right to continue selling tobacco products would cause
The next speakers are Robert, followed by Mark, followed by Emily.
Hello, City Council and Mayor. That's Robert Block. I'm the previous owner of Quick Stop, and I just wanted to touch bases again in regards to the grandfathering clause. I mean, Quick Stop and Power Mart and many of the other businesses, they were there way before the youth-oriented businesses showed up. So I think it seems unfair to be penalized from when they were there first. That's all I want to say. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mark Strow, and my brother and I own 2 ARCO AMPMs in Brentwood. The last time I was at the council chambers was the Planning Commission approved our ARCO AMPM we built on Brentwood Boulevard. The entire project was completed in 2022 and cost over $13 million to construct. We undergrounded a substantial amount of PG&E poles that help beautify the city. Between both stores, we employ 38 team members in Brentwood. I'm here to ask the council to support local businesses like mine. We specifically ask that you modify the ordinance to card people who are 35 and under. Age verification is extremely serious at my stores. My experience of operating convenience stores for over 30 years is that focusing on 35 and under is the best way to have our team members card the right age customers rather than having to card everyone, which will cause angry customers who will not come back and shop with us. Focusing on 35 and under will help us be more successful in stopping underage customers. Exempt existing businesses from youth-oriented establishments, buffer restrictions so that we can continue to sell tobacco. Allow businesses to transfer their tobacco license upon sale so that one day, if we choose to retire, that we can recoup some of our investment. If these last 2 revisions are not made, our store sales revenue will decrease by 40%, and the value of both of our businesses will decrease substantially, and our retirement will be wiped out. Thank you.
Hello, good evening, members of the Brentwood City Council. I am Emily, and I am a health education specialist with Contra Costa Health Tobacco Prevention Program. But tonight, again, I am speaking to you as a Brentwood resident, and I do commend the city's consideration for making tobacco and nicotine products less appealing and attractive, and to make the decision to stop harming our health with the use of tobacco products an easier choice to make, especially to those who are choosing or trying to quit, and to young people who are vulnerable to addictive forming behaviors. And as a family member of young people who go to Edna Hill and Liberty High School, I'm glad I'm able to be an active part of their support system. But they are approaching this time where they're starting to explore on their own now. They're walking home more and more either on their own or with their friends. And so that's why I ask council to reconsider the buffer zones, especially around schools and libraries. All young people are going to schools. And if I were a student walking a leisurely, maybe 20-minute mile, I can walk the 250 feet probably in a minute. But if it were 1,000 feet, I'd probably think twice. I'll go to the closer store that's cool with AC and hopefully not have that distraction of those cheap available nicotine products that are behind the counter. So that was just some food for thought. And as someone who values a vibrant, healthy community, I can appreciate how this new system can help make being healthy the more convenient option, helping consumers make healthier choices and our walking routes easier. Thank you.
Estrella, followed by Isabel, followed by R. Llanos.
Okay, so I don't get better at this no matter how many times I do it, so don't mind me. I came just to support Quick Stop. I grew up in Brentwood, right off Staney. A lot of you guys actually got to see my childhood home, National Night Out, and enjoyed my mom's cooking. So that was awesome. I grew up going to Quick Stop pretty much every single day before school, after school, since I was in 5th grade and on. And not once did I leave with cigarettes, or it wasn't even a thought. So just consider, hope you guys would consider the small businesses that are behind it. And I think the grandfathering thing would be great to protect small businesses in Brentwood. Thanks.
Good evening, Mayor Meyer and honorable council members. My name is Isabel Kursky, and I'm a senior health education specialist with Contra Costa Health's Tobacco Prevention Project. Research shows that local comprehensive tobacco retail ordinances are an important tool in reducing underage youth's access to tobacco. Local research in Brentwood found that 70% of 234 residents surveyed supported a local TRL, and 74% supported a TRL policy that restricted stores near schools from selling tobacco. The primary goal of youth-oriented establishment proximity restrictions is to reduce youth tobacco initiation by limiting exposure to tobacco marketing and sales. At a 20-minute mile walking pace, it would take less than a minute to walk 250 feet. Since schools are spaces where nearly all young people gather daily, including effective buffer zones around them is an especially effective way to protect our young people. Brentwood's proposed 250-foot buffer zone between tobacco retailers and schools, if passed, will be the shortest distance within a TRL across the state. It is a common practice for cities to measure buffer zones based on a parcel-to-parcel measurement. This is regarded as a best practice, so measurements are done accurately and uniformly to ensure consistent enforcement. Measuring from a door is more difficult and potentially imprecise since the door location is not fixed and may change over time. In contrast, the property line can be found in official government documents and is already used for other regulatory purposes. We know that many tobacco retailers are compliant with the state and local laws. However, there is also evidence that illegal products are still being sold by some tobacco retailers here in Brentwood. For example, the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration and Brentwood PD conducted inspections of several tobacco retailers in 2024 and found flavored tobacco vape products, cannabis, and drug paraphernalia for sale, all of which are prohibited products. Thank you, City Council members, City staff, and the Police Department for all of the time that you've invested in strengthening these local tobacco laws.
Good evening, everyone. I'm here as a consumer. I 100% support the grandfathering in of these local businesses. I'm also a carpenter, and I understand how buildings work. Doors don't magically move around. Another thing is, you know, when you're commuting, these long commutes that we're talking about, and if you drive down Highway 4, they're building more housing. That's going to increase the commute time. Totally not what I'm here to talk about. What I'm here to talk about is government overreach and the fact that of-age adults should be able to purchase products under these guidelines. And there's already an excise tax on cigarettes for these kind of educational things. I do encourage the youth to be activists. I think it's a good thing. However, a little self-awareness and accountability would be nice to see too. In terms of addictive behaviors, I think their phones might be a little worse than that, but that's all I got to say. Thank you.
The next speakers are Sean, followed by Ashley, followed by Matt.
Good evening, council members. We've all heard and will continue to hear how this ordinance would harm Brentwood's businesses, tax revenue, and our community. These are critical points, but I want to shift our perspective. The issue of youth vaping is not a business problem, it is a social problem. A Stanford School of Medicine study found that up to 75% of youth obtain vapes through social connections, and another 12 come from online sales. This data was collected before local businesses faced the kind of restrictions you're considering, meaning these numbers are even likely higher today. Let's be clear. This ordinance will fail to address nearly 80% of the vapes ending up in the hands of our children. Our kids aren't getting vapes from compliant local businesses, they're getting them from their friends at school and from anonymous dealers on platforms like Snap Maps. The real problem is the underground market thriving on social media where CloudPlug94 is selling vapes out of the back of an Econoline. This measure will not stop that. This ordinance only punishes our local businesses, the same businesses that provide jobs and contribute to the very growth Brentwood is proud of. They are the backbone of our community, not the enemy. Instead of harming our core employers, the City Council should be focused on the real sources of the problem, the social and online vectors that are actively fueling youth vaping. Let's not punish the innocent while the guilty go free. Thank you for your time and thoughtful consideration.
Good evening. My name is Ashley Freitas, and I'm the Risk and Compliance Manager for Stroud Companies. We have the AM/PM stores and Super Clean Car Wash locations right here in Brentwood, one on Lone Tree and Empire, another at Brentwood Boulevard and Sunset. Preventing underage sales isn't just policy for us, it's who we are. Every employee, including our car wash team, is trained on ID compliance from day one. We card anyone who looks under 35, and we use scan verification technology, hold monthly training meetings, review ID scan data and footage, and we hire the BARS program to audit our stores twice a month. Our results speak for themselves. We passed every state and city compliance check in Brentwood, but this ordinance has consequences beyond compliance. Tobacco sales make up nearly 30% of our revenue that keeps our 38 local employees working steady hours and supporting their families. After the meeting in May, I did some research on our neighboring cities' ordinances. Oakley, Antioch, Pittsburgh, Concord, I found that they all had balanced solutions. So they exempted existing retailers from zoning buffers and allowed licenses to transfer if a business is sold. We're not asking the City Council to reject a tobacco ordinance. In fact, we agree that there should be a framework in place to hold bad actors accountable. We're simply asking for Brentwood to adopt the same proven approach used by neighboring cities. From small businesses like ours, compliant, invested, and committed to protecting youth, our youth, we know that the City Council has an opportunity tonight to choose a proven, balanced path, one that safeguards youth while keeping responsible local businesses strong. And we sincerely hope that a choice is made that protects both. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Matt Strow. My brother Mark and I have spent most of our lives building our 2 Arco AM/PM stores and Super Clean Car Washes here in Brentwood. These businesses are personal to us. We poured decades of hard work into building something stable, not just for ourselves, but for our 38 employees who rely on us. We've cleaned up overlooked properties, reinvested in the city again and again, and followed every rule. This is why this ordinance hits so hard. We go above and beyond on tobacco compliance. We train every employee on how to card, check IDs for anyone under 35, use scan systems, hire mystery shoppers, and we don't sell flavored vapes, the products kids actually seek out. But this ordinance treats us the same as businesses that haven't followed the rules. It puts a huge part of our revenue at risk, not because of anything we've done wrong, but simply because of where we're located. That revenue keeps our staff working, keeps hours steady, and helps our team support their families. And if we're ever forced to sell, losing our license means losing the value we've spent decades building. Other cities have taken a more compassionate approach. They've allowed license transferability and grandfathered existing businesses to exempt from distance buffers. Brentwood has the opportunity tonight to follow that proven example and to show that it stands with businesses that follow the rules. Thank you.
Next speakers are Eldon, followed by Ralph, followed by Beta.
Good evening. My name is Eldon Price. I'm the Director of Operations for Stroud Companies, overseeing our ARCO AMPM stores and super clean car washes located here in Brentwood. I'm here tonight because the ordinance would directly impact our 38 employees who work across our sites, the families who rely on those paychecks, and the team members we train, support, and depend on every day. Every member of our team is trained on ID compliance from day one. Every cashier, shift lead, car wash attendants, we don't handle tobacco, who don't even handle tobacco directly. We take it seriously. We do monthly trainings. We ID anybody under the age of 35. We use verification scanners at every register. We bring in mystery shops. We actually have a risk compliance department that reviews video daily. If someone isn't following protocol, we step in immediately. This is a part of our culture and it works. We passed every state compliance check we faced. We also don't sell flavored vapes or anything marketed to kids, but this ordinance treats us like we are part of the problem when we have done everything right. Neighboring cities have already proven that you can protect youth without hurting responsible businesses. They've grandfathered in existing retailers, exempted them from buffer zones, and focused new zoning restrictions on future license. Tonight, we simply ask for Brentwood to do the same. Fairness isn't a risk, it's a responsible choice, and it's a choice that we hope the council makes tonight. Thank you.
My name is Ralph Hernandez. Please do not adopt the proposals. It's anti-business in many ways. Actually, it proposes price increases without a vote of the public or the consumers. It also proposes harmful rules, requirements, and potential loss of livelihoods. It is unequal application of the business allowances. The tobacco products are not illegal. They are age restricted. It will affect the ability to provide for their families and the city budget monies that you currently receive. It kicks the business's teeth for all the years that they have provided service to this community. You're actually kicking them in the teeth. There is nothing there warranting credit for a grandfathering, which is quite strange. The effects that this ordinance causes goes against proper economics to the city. And it also discourages existing businesses to leave the city. It also discourages investments by those that want to come to Brentwood and open up a business. I mean, you're doing this to tobacco shops now. What are you going to do to some of the other tobacco or non-tobacco related businesses? At what point are you going to make rules like this for other businesses? And it does not take away the debts of
Next speaker is Bianca, followed by Eduardo, followed by Leanne.
Hi, my name is Bianca Gaeta, and I work at the Super Clean Car Wash that's part of the AMPM on Brentwood Boulevard and Sunset. So I might not work inside the store, but I am still held to the same standards. Everyone on our team, including those of us at the car wash, are trained regularly on ID compliance. We go through these monthly refreshers, and it's something we all take very seriously. It's built into the culture here. Tobacco sales bring in about, as mentioned before, 30% of the store's revenue. And when the store is stable, all of us are stable. That directly supports all of us, including the car wash side. If that revenue disappears, so do hours and jobs. That's why I'm here asking the city to let existing businesses like ours to continue operating, even if we're near a youth-oriented facility, and to allow the license to stay with the business if ownership ever changes. Thank you for your time.
Good evening. My name is Eduardo Zaragoza, and I work at the Super Clean Car Wash connected to the AMPM, Lone Tree, and Empire. Even though I'm not behind the counter, I'm a part of a team that takes ID compliance very seriously. Like the store employees, I go through regular training and monthly refreshers on how to check IDs and prevent underage sales. We all hold other accountable. What people don't always see is how strict our system is. Along with checks from law enforcement, the store goes through 3 different internal audits, and failing one could cost someone their job. That's how seriously we take this. Tobacco sales make up about 30% of the store's revenue. If that goes away, it impacts the car wash too. That money helps fund our hours and keep our team working. Please support existing businesses like ours and allow licenses to stay with the businesses if the ownership changes. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Leanne Spooner, and I'm the assistant manager at the AMPM on Brentwood Boulevard in Sunset. This job means a lot to me. It's how I support myself, keep a roof over my head, and stay connected to my community. I'm proud of the work we do, especially when it comes to ID compliance. Every member of our team, including our Super Clean Car Wash employees, is trained on how to properly check IDs. We also go through monthly refresher trainings to make sure we get it right. There's a lot of accountability in place. Between external inspections and 3 different internal audits, the expectations are high. There are real consequences if someone doesn't follow the rules. We all take that responsibility seriously because none of us want to be the reason our team is put at risk. I'm also worried about how this will affect our customers. Many of them are responsible adults who trust us and rely on us. They'll be frustrated if they suddenly get told they can't buy legal products from the store they've been coming to for years. We're asking the City Council to support existing businesses like ours and allow licenses to stay with businesses if ownership changes. Thank you for considering how this will affect people who live and work here and the customers we serve every day.
The next speakers are Isabella, followed by Maria, followed by Clay.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Isabella Arias, and I am the lead cashier at AMPM on Lone Tree and Empire. I stand before you to express how much this job means to me. I take immense pride in what we do. One of the most important parts of our job is ID compliance. Every one of us, including the Super Clean Car Wash team, is trained and undergoes monthly refreshers. It is a part of our culture. We take this matter very seriously because we all understand what's at stake. Our tobacco sales make up around 30% of our store's revenue. If we lose the ability to sell these products, it wouldn't just hurt AMPM, it would also make an impact on our car wash team because these sales help us fund our payroll and hours. So you wouldn't just be taking away our license to sell, but our team's rent, groceries, gas money, and so much more. We ask that you please allow existing businesses like ours to continue operating, even if we're within the youth-oriented buffer zone. We've been here doing things right, and we would love to keep going. We also ask that the license in the future is transferable so that businesses can survive even through changes. Thank you for your time and for remembering that real people are affected by these decisions.
Good evening. My name is Maria Cordova, and I'm the manager at the AMPM on Lone Tree Way and Empire. I'm so proud of my to lead my team, my employees work hard every single day, not just to help our customers, but to take care of their families, pay their bills, and build their lives here in this community. This job means everything to them, and it means everything to me. We take our job seriously. Every single person in our team, even the car wash, are training in how to check IDs. And we do monthly refreshers so we get it right every time. My team holds each other accountable because doing things the right way matters to us. That's why I'm scared about this ordinance. If these sales are restricted, I could lose amazing employees who build their lives around their jobs. And our loyal customers, responsible adults, will be frustrated when they're told they can buy legal products from the store they've been trusted for years. Please support our business like ours, protect our jobs, and let us keep serving the community responsible. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council, staff, residents, and everyone else I generally forget that makes up our fine city. It's me, Clay Hawley. I was checking my watch, and it says it's time. It's time to put the TRL to bed. We started with 0 policies and 0 procedures, and that was years ago. It's nice to see some of the rest of the community finally getting on board. It would have been nice if they would have been here earlier. Because I've talked with literally hundreds of residents, including affected retailers, city staff, parents, everybody. You guys have heard 10 times that. We've heard everything. We have all the pieces. It's time to put it to bed. What it's going to take is compromise. Each city council member is going to have to give something up and gain something. First of all, throw out that 250 feet. Let's extend it to 500 feet, throw out the youth-oriented, change it to K through 12 schools. All this data you guys have and the city staff has. So this is not new. We're not creating a lot of extra work. That changes a major, major thing. We go from putting 19 businesses on notice that they have 1 year to 2. That makes 2 affected retailers. And you know what? They're not in this room tonight. I checked. So the change is better for the kids. It's better for the businesses, keeps our tax revenue. Yeah, you guys are going to have to compromise. Finally, the last thing I want to say is remember, everybody loves seeing Clay. Some people love seeing me arrive. Others love seeing me leave. Thank you.
Next speaker is Nick, followed by Lee, followed by Brian.
Hi, my name is Nick, and I'll be 9 next week. My mommy and daddy own Quick Stop. That's how we pay for our house and our food. If they lose the store, I don't know what will happen to us. If the new rule makes them stop selling the things people usually come in to buy, they may not make enough money to keep the store open. That means they could lose their jobs and we could even lose our home. I think you should measure from door to door the way I would have to walk to get to the store from the dance studio. Please don't let the rule happen. My parents work really hard every day, and our store is our life.
Good evening, council members. My name is Lee Martin, policy analyst for the California Fuels and Convenience Alliance, and we represent fuels and convenience retailers throughout the region. We support protecting youth from tobacco access. However, this ordinance will harm legitimate family-owned businesses without advancing that goal. The prohibition of all electronic smoking devices, including vapor products, eliminates significant business revenue and will drive consumers to unregulated sources without proper oversight or age verification. Beyond these restrictions, the citywide cap of 41 total tobacco retail licenses creates an artificial market restrictions that don't consider existing businesses or actual market demand. The non-transferable license provision means that when ownership changes or a business relocates, they can't transfer their license and must apply for a completely new one. This means retailers lose everything they built when they try to sell or transfer ownership. The 250-foot distance requirement from youth-oriented establishments forces existing businesses within that distance to wind down tobacco sales within 1 year, regardless of their tobacco or compliance record. Our members already verify IDs and follow existing regulations. They're responsible retailers who have made substantial investments and consistently follow age verification requirements, yet face restrictions that will force retailers to close their doors permanently, reducing essential services for the community and eliminating jobs for local residences. We request modifications to provide a grandfather exemption for current retailers in good standing, allow license transfers under specific conditions, and allow FDA-authorized vapor products. Thank you for your consideration.
Hi, good evening, council members. My name is Brian Lamb with the California Fuels and Convenience Alliance. We are here to share our concerns about how this tobacco ordinance will impact local businesses. Many of our members are small, family-owned and operated, and have served this community for years. They check every ID and follow all the rules, but this ordinance will still force many of them to close. Banning all vapor products means customers will go elsewhere or buy from illegal sources that don't verify age. Only allowing 41 licenses total doesn't account for the businesses already operating here responsibly. And requiring stores near youth facilities to stop tobacco sales within a year seems unfair to businesses that invested in their locations in good faith, especially for those with perfect compliance records. These retailers aren't the source of youth access problems. We hope you'll consider protecting existing compliant businesses through grandfather provisions and allowing license transfers so owners can sell their businesses when they retire. Thank you for listening.
I have 2 additional speaker cards in person. I have Harry, and then I have 1 speaker card that didn't leave a name, but just noted that they wanted to speak on the item regarding cigarettes. So awesome. So Danny will be after Harry.
Hello everyone, my name is Harry Thind. I am 19 years old, and I have been around these shops, these smoke shops, these liquor stores, these gas stations for my whole life. I have never once touched a tobacco product or ever even thought of it. Banning retailers and stopping transferable license isn't the solution. The solution is teaching our kids, from parenting and households and even our schools. We need to teach our kids to not rely on these products and not to use them. And if you guys do your jobs as parents, and if teachers do their jobs as teachers to teach these kids to not touch these products, we won't have this problem. As of right now, it doesn't seem like you guys are too keen on stopping children from using these products. It seems like you guys are here to attack small businesses. Most young people don't get tobacco directly from stores. They get it from their social circles. Studies show around 70 to 85% of youth obtain tobacco from friends, family, or peers, while only a small fraction of purchases themselves. This means that the real issue is often at home or among peers, not retailers. Please look into this. Thank you.
Amanda, I swear I didn't do that on purpose.
Okay. I don't smoke. I do not condone smoking. I had my father 10 years ago this year pass away from lung cancer. My wife lost her cousin 3 days ago from cancer. So I'm not here to talk about the ills of cigarettes. I'm here, the reason I'm always here, it's because of changing rules. these industries or these businesses have been here, and now they're being punished. We recently had a change in our zoning, and I spoke to the owners of the establishment, and I told them, I have nothing against tattoo parlors. I just have problems with changing statutes and zones and whatnot. This, again, I feel sorry for the kids who are up here, kids who have lost loved ones. Once upon a time, I used to be a DJ. I worked in many a smoke room club. My dear friend, Michael Erickson, you guys may know him from KSOL, KMEL, he died of lung cancer and he never smoked. So I am sympathetic to the issues of smoking. As the other gentleman said, this actually should be held, the kids should hold themselves to account, and then the parents, and then the schools. These guys, they are businesses. They're selling legal products. They have things in place to protect themselves as well as the kids. I think that's where the focus should be. Thank you.
I've received one additional speaker card in person. Leticia?
Good evening, Mayor and Vice Mayor and members of council. My name is Leticia Ramirez. I am an attorney with the law firm of Thatch and Hooper. I'm here representing our client, Straw Company and Straw Brother Incorporation, which, as you heard earlier, own 2 ARCO AMPMs here in the city of Brentwood. One of them they built from the ground up. They received a CUP in about 2020 and spent $13 million to construct that facility. The other, they purchased an existing business on Lone Tree Way. Also received a CUP in order to expand and invest and add a car wash as well. So I submitted a public written comment that was published with the agenda item. I also sent an email to the city council yesterday with 5 questions in regards to the ordinance, and respectfully request that council direct staff to respond to those questions. You may be asking, why does this matter, right? Why does a owner hire an attorney, bring their entire staff members here to talk? It's because it's a principle of the fact that a business, and what we're asking for is not unreasonable. This is something that the city does with their zoning ordinance. You often allow non-conforming uses. This is a business that invested and established based on an understanding that their use is allowed. And now these rules are being changed halfway. What we're asking for is fair and reasonable. At no point, and as you notice in my written comments and comments from other members of our team, we are not against stopping youth access to tobacco. We believe as a company that we are partners to that problem, to solving that problem. And we feel that by having these very narrowly focused amendments to the ordinance, you will still be able to address problem businesses and do your part to stop youth from accessing tobacco. So really ask the council to take our comments and our presence here into consideration.
I have 7 hands raised in Zoom. First speaker is Joseph. Joseph, go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Joseph Hayden. I'm a volunteer co-chair of Tobacco Free Solano. With my law degree, I work pro bono. I don't get paid. With many counties in the Bay Area, including Cocoa. Brentwood is special to me as I've had long-standing ties there since the 1970s. My godparents moved to Oak Street. We are with my godbrothers, and we're very active in the community and the high schools long before the major growth that took place. Sadly, that same godfather died way too young due to his tobacco addiction, leaving my godmother a young widow. In my immediate family and other parts of the East Bay, numerous others died between the ages of 35 and 50 from their own addiction to tobacco. I'm pleased that Brentwood is considering a relatively robust tobacco retail license so that the youth have a better chance to live their best lives without the scourge of addiction, since more than 95% of people who smoke started before they were of legal age. I wish all retailers would wake up and stop peddling poison altogether by voluntarily removing the garbage from their shelves and selling healthy products. The future is a world where commercial tobacco is no longer widely available and certainly not normalized as it has been. Profit versus health is not a question for me. Tobacco-related disease, the most preventable cause of death in the world. 8 million people a year are killed by this shameful industry. For centuries, commercial manipulation turned sacred traditional tobacco of indigenous people into this highly toxic combination of carcinogenic chemicals that are designed to kill when used as intended. As for distance complaints by retailers, that has already been reduced dramatically. I'm sure if they had their way, there would be no density requirement at all. This distance does not comport at all with the best practices of a TRL from the Public Health Law Center. We just heard from families affected by pediatric cancer. Thank you for taking this step to put our community.
The speaker's time had expired. The next speaker is Amaya. Amaya, go ahead.
Right, good evening, Council. My name is Amaya Wooding. I'm a member of the Contra Costa Tobacco Prevention Coalition. We all know that tobacco products kill people when used correctly, and smoking alone costs U.S. taxpayers billions of dollars each year in healthcare costs, which is something like over $50 per pack of cigarettes sold. So California cities have both the legal authority and a substantial public health interest in reducing tobacco use, including through regulation. Businesses can adapt to sell products that don't knowingly kill their community members. Now, regarding the buffer zones, I want to echo a previous speaker in saying that every other California jurisdiction that's done this has opted for greater distances. So things like 500, 600, 1,000, or even 1,500 feet is what you'll see in other ordinances. 1,000 feet in particular is the norm for buffer zones around schools. There was also comment to Council about vapes that have received FDA pre-market authorization. And just as a reminder, it still remains true that no vaping device has been approved to help someone kick a nicotine addiction. No vaping device is safe, no vaping device is healthy, and no vaping device is a good thing for a kid to start using. People who want to quit, adults, for example, can call the free statewide helpline. It's called Kick It California, and they can get phone or text counseling. The number for that, if anyone is interested, is 1-800-300-8086, and it's all paid for already by state tobacco taxes. So with that said, I hope Council will craft meaningful policy that will reduce youth tobacco use. Thank you. Good night.
Next speaker is Jasmeed. Go ahead. Jasmeed? We can come back. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Jasmine, and I'm testifying on behalf of the National Association of Tobacco Outlets, which represents licensed tobacco retailers across California, including in Brentwood. We respectfully ask the Council to reconsider the proposed tobacco retail ordinance. While we understand the city's intent, this ordinance raises concern in both process and substance. First, the outreach. Mailing and emailing 41 retailers less than a month before the first reading is not meaningful engagement. Retailers deserve a chance to review and provide input before an ordinance is drafted. Second, electronic smoking devices. These products are legal under federal and state law, and licensed retailers are already regulated. A full local ban is risking driving sales to unregulated markets with no safeguard for youth or tax collection. Instead, the city should allow only those products that have been reviewed and authorized by FDA. Third, minimum pricing. Requiring cigarettes, little cigars, and cigars to cost at least $10 with automatic yearly increase hurts adult consumers, while underage sales are already illegal. It will also push businesses outside of Brentwood and reduce local revenue. Finally, the location restriction. Stores within 250 feet of school, park, and youth facilities cannot renew their license. Even with a one-year sell-down permit, the ordinance does not grandfather existing retailers. Instead, it forces compliant small businesses to shut down. For these reasons, we urge the Council to delay adoption, hold a dedicated meeting with retailers, and reconsider provisions that ban legal products, set artificial prices, and push existing businesses out of the community. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Ronak.
Hello, City Council members. My name is Ronak Shirwagi. I'm currently a member of the Courage Youth Health Coalition and a senior at Doherty Valley High School in San Ramon, where I also serve as the president of my school's tobacco use prevention education program. Every day, I am witnessing students my age or younger having access to and using tobacco and nicotine products in school and around my city. Tobacco products among high schoolers have been extremely prevalent, and accessibility is a key factor in this prevalence. A significant reason that high schoolers can acquire tobacco products is pressure that comes from peers and the ability to have a distributor so close by. Distributors that, despite federal law and employee trainings, end up selling tobacco products to underage youth. I know that tobacco shops near places that teens have designated to hang out have been victims of pressure. Peer education about nicotine and tobacco can only get us so far, and the best solution to this issue is policy changes. Having the proper policy changes, like the one proposed, will be the most significant change that will reduce teens' access to tobacco retailers. With the right policies in place, students will be protected from the pressures and the easy access that fuel this issue and will be one more step closer in creating a smoke-free society. Please keep in mind while making your vote the health and well-being of the students in Brentwood and how tobacco and nicotine affect students much more than it does adults. Thank you.
The next speaker is Alex. Go ahead. Alex has lowered his hand. The next speaker is Kaya. Go ahead.
Hi. Oh, hold on, my bad. Hi, I'm Kaya Yasaki. I'm a resident of Contra Costa County and a student in a Contra Costa County school district. I am also a member of Courage Youth Health Coalition and a member of TUPE, Tobacco Use Prevention Education program at my school. I am here to share what I see of the relationship between students and the tobacco industry. As a youth, I see my peers every day having more and more access to these products. It has become more common for students to use these products, and I feel now more than ever we should prevent these companies from selling these products to the youth. And like I said, every day I see students sneaking into the bathrooms to smoke or fighting a mental battle after getting addicted to these products, and it's very hard to watch. I feel it is very important for teens to have less access to these products, especially in these vital developmental stages, mentally and physically. I feel it would be better to have these stores who sell tobacco products be at the very least 500 feet away from any youth facility, especially schools. This is important because students should not be able to have access to these products so easily that have a long-lasting negative effect on their health because our brains can't even fully process the products, let alone deal with all the physical and mental aspects to the body. Thank you for your time.
The next speaker is Ian. Go ahead.
Good evening, City Council. As many of you have probably heard, I am a public health student over at Cal State East Bay. I'm in the health science program and I work for the Department of Public Health, but that does not mean I like tobacco at all. I think tobacco is disgusting, and one of my closest friends, I've been really wanting to, smack a cigarette off his hand. But I'm doing a minor in business administration, which means I also care about small businesses. And I think the city is kind of going about this wrong by harming small businesses. As a public health student, I'm working on a research paper, so I know how to pull data. And according to a 2021 CDC study, only 31.1% of middle and high school students said they bought these paraphernalia by themselves. The majority had other sources, such as 28.7 had someone else buy them. So it's not them buying it per se, it's other people buying it or them going to other sources. So With that, I don't disagree with having ordinances on tobacco. Again, as a public health student, I think tobacco is a disgusting industry, but I'm not here to shut it down in Brentwood. I'm here to regulate it, but we need to be fair about it. We should grandfather in existing businesses because I love Rotten Robbie, and I would hate to see Rotten Robbie be harmed by this. And also, parcel to parcel is not fair because if you're in a massive shopping center, one corner might be within the 250 feet, but the rest of the property isn't. So having a door-to-door measurement is the best. Even though someone said, oh, doors can move, I highly doubt a door is going to move that significantly where you're within that radius. Like, be realistic here. So overall, with my time wrapping up, hate tobacco, but love small businesses. Do the grandfathering in the door-to-door, please. Thank you.
Next speaker is Rod. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. I'm speaking as a private citizen tonight. I am a city official. But just to hear these businesses wax poetic about how they'll be out of business and this and that, and what a great influence they are. You know, cigarettes kill people. There's no doubt about it. There is no way anybody selling these things does not know that the people they're selling them to are going to die from them if they don't die from something sooner. A slow, painful death, a death that will bankrupt their families. And so, yeah, you know, if you want to complain about losing your business selling death sticks, that's fine. But what I would suggest is maybe sell something that doesn't kill people. And as far as the taxes, I don't want your tax money. I'm a tax-paying citizen myself, but I think the city will do fine without cigarette sales taxes. So yeah, say or do what you want, but you're killing people. You know you're killing people, and that's not good. You may think you're good people, but you're killing people. So please stop it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Hind. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Hind Lalami, and I work as a leadership and community building coordinator at the Village Community Resource Center here in Brentwood. I'm also a mother. I am here tonight because myself and other families that we serve at our center are concerned about the health of our children being affected by tobacco stores within 250 of areas where children frequently visit, like schools, parks, and libraries. Today, I'm asking please to limit the number of tobacco retailers, especially those within 500 feet of areas where youth go. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker is Flora. Go ahead.
Hi, thank you for your time. My name is Flora, and I have been in residence for Brentwood for 4 years. I'm a mother of 4 kids. My kids are in 6th grade and 2nd grade. I'm a nurse as well. I'm here to speak out for my concern about tobacco in the community. It's not only for students, but also for elderly people in the community. I'm worried about cancer, like a public health normally. And I'm also worried about students. I feel like tobacco have take student childhood away from them. Like, you know, back in the days, we only worry about going to the shop to get ice cream. But now we are just worried about our kids going to just a normal shop to get tobacco. And I feel like it's 50-50. I understand it's a business, but they also need to understand that it's a health issue. A lot of people are worried. A lot of people are having asthma in the community. So just imagine somebody standing next to you smoking. You're gonna have an asthma attack of secondhand smoking. So please just look into this case and just think about everybody, students and elderly in the community. Thank you.
Next hand raised is Laura. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Laura,
And I do understand the biggest concern is the health and underage access, especially from the middle school and the high schoolers. We need to look at alcohol for comparison. Alcohol causes thousands of deaths each year, yet liquor stores remain open because we regulate them, because they are enforcing IDs, and we trust the adults make their own choices. Also, smoke shops, they do the same thing. They operate under the same principle. They are licensed, they check IDs, and they do not sell to minors. However, if you go to middle schoolers or high schools, somehow they're still getting access to not just the smoking, but they're also getting access to alcohol. So that does not mean that the smoke shops or the alcohol stores are selling it to minors, because they take the regulations really seriously, not to sell to minors. So closing down smoke shops while keeping liquor stores open sends a mixed message. The fair solution isn't to shut them down, it's to regulate them and making sure that they comply with all of the regulations. Thank you.
I have no additional hands raised in Zoom, but I believe there was at least one additional comment from the audience.
I'm here from Arcway MPM on Belfort Road. We've been here for 5 years. We bought this business brand new, and we've been part of this community and supporting it ever since then. I totally agree with everybody that ordinance shouldn't be passed, but ordinance should be youth awareness, tobacco awareness, alcohol awareness. Nobody's saying that they're gonna sell cigarettes to a 6-year-old walking from a daycare behind the shop, and that'd be just messed up. We got other issues then. But we need to pass ordinances that make sense, not just kill the businesses that are there. Our livelihoods depend on it, our jobs depend on it, our investments depend on it. We come from different countries to come here and become citizens of this great nation and trying to live a livelihood. We can't go on with that, so just taking in consideration that if we are gonna do this, we do it right, put the right ordinance, right terms in, and do it the right way. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, good evening. My name is Carla. I'm the assistant manager for Balfour. I am here to just say we do ID everyone at our shop. I'm a mother as well. I would not sell any tobacco or any liquor to any kids. We do have our customers that walk in, let them kids in by themselves. They shop around. We treat our customers like family. I'm here just to say, please don't stop the tobacco license for us. It's something we all need. It's a way we pay our rent, our bills, our food. And if this goes away, it's something I could lose my job as well. Thank you.
I don't see any other speakers in the audience.
Thank you. With that, we will close the public hearing and move into council discussion. Who would like to go first?
I'll go.
I'm sorry, we've already closed the public hearing.
All right, so I completely support the tobacco retail license in our city. We obviously need it. We don't have it. I'm all for it. But at the same time, and I've said this before, I don't want it to be punishing our businesses. So we've, as a council, come to a lot of compromise last time to kind of come down to something that we all agreed on. One of the things that I am concerned about is on page 43 of the agenda, and maybe this is a question for staff, the packaging of cigarettes or cigars where item D, number 2, no tobacco retailer shall sell to a consumer. Number 2, any cigar unless it's sold in a package. of at least 6 cigars provided. However, that is a subsection shall not apply to a cigar that has a price of at least $10 per cigar. What is in that in compared to what the retail is selling, like in packaging?
I could not answer that. The standards are set to make the product less attractive and less affordable to children or youth. So they set those prices. I'm not quite sure how, but just to say that, you know, if you reduce the cost of the item, they're going to be more attractive to children. And if you make the package size smaller, then it's going to be more attractive to them to try something. So I don't know what the standard prices are for those items. Those are just set amounts and set sizes that typically you see in a TRL.
Who is they when you say they? The actual retailers, correct? Or the manufacturer of the cigarettes?
The people who, okay, so different cities, the model ordinance that we used, we can ask Brian, who created this, our legal counsel. He probably looked at other ordinances and model ordinances that typically this is the same set that they're using as far as pricing and sizes.
And I think where I'm going with this, I believe there are some packaging with 5 cigarettes or cigars or whatever. So does that go into shall not sell, or is the fee increase for that packet?
Fee would increase.
Okay.
They could sell the package of 6 for $10.
Okay. Thank you. The other concern, I do believe that the youth facilities is a bit too wide for interpretation. So this is something maybe for my colleagues. If we did increase the 250 to 500 and did get rid of youth facilities and left schools, that would be by grandfathering the businesses and implementing strategies and data check basically on all these different businesses and come back within a year to see who has complied or not complied. So that way we are not hurting any of our current businesses, but still have some sort of regulation. I do also, from a personal and professional experience, I do believe most of the youth are getting the tobacco products using like social media outlets, friends, sometimes from family. So we do have to have that understanding. We're not punishing the wrong people. I do thank all of you for having businesses in the city of Hayward, or the city of Brentwood. I apologize. I apologize, city of Brentwood. I apologize. So I think for that, it's our responsibility to make sure that we're balancing regulation versus what you guys, what the income that you're getting on the table is, making sure people that don't lose their jobs. That's it for me.
Yeah, I still support it. I mean, I think we need to take a step back in history of why this all started. I think it was Vice Mayor Pearson and I were on the interagency committee. And our schools have a big, I wish we had an SRO here because they can tell you the problems we have at our schools right now. The bathroom, my kids have graduated, thank God, because they couldn't even use the bathroom in the schools because everyone was smoking and vaping and doing things they shouldn't be doing. I know our SROs have talked about contraband they've taken away. And when this came up, it was because the school district asked for help. Someone said that it's the parents and the teachers that should be doing things. Well, we are. Like, it was our school that came up and said, hey, we need help. We can't do this alone. And so that was the catalyst for everything that we're doing. So, I mean, we started with 1,000 feet. We're down to 200 feet. And I think that's a pretty good compromise. I don't know if we change from 250 to 1,000, we're still going to close businesses. It's not
500.
I mean, did you say 500? Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're still going to close businesses because there's still a lot within 500. You know, I think the discouraging thing for me is that they're all on one side of town, which is our most disfranchised part of town. I feel like sometimes it's where where more people of color live, and it's just a little disheartening. So I'm fine with the ordinance the way it was written, all the recommendations from the county and staff. I'm going to read something that was actually a little bit shocking to me. One of the places that is probably going to have to lose their license, I believe, had a sign up in their store. And the sign says, due to and it's in red, underlined, the city of Brentwood's new imposed regulations, we require all guests to have an ID in order to process beer, alcohol, and tobacco. quick reminder, we haven't even done anything yet. This wasn't our ordinance that you're following today. This is the law. So I found it interesting that that it's the law. So did you just start following it now because of what we're doing today? Because this sign wasn't up before. And I'm just concerned about that sign because it's not a Brentwood law that you can't sell to minors. That's like our laws, our state laws. So that was a little concerning to me, like what was happening before we started having these meetings. Because although I know you say they only get online, I know there are kids in Brentwood who do buy it at stores.
I don't think they
so-
just get it online.
Yeah.
But I think majority.
But, so it's been a long conversation. I support the ordinance. We can talk more about the distance and all of that good stuff. I just don't know how much longer it would take, because what's going to have to happen, it's going to have to go back, it's going to have to be noticed again, and then come back to us again.
Go ahead.
Hi. So I've started off with the tobacco retail license. I am 100% in support of the license or the ordinance being put in place. I'm also in full support of our business community. I think we have to take into consideration the businesses and some of the things we didn't talk about last time. Some of those businesses existed where they're at for years and have had these youth-oriented facilities move within the 250 feet of their business. So the youth facility chose to be that close to a store that sold tobacco or alcohol or whatever other products we were talking about. But and now that business is being penalized for their proximity to that youth-oriented facility, but they're the one that made the choice to come in. And I think that's kind of hard to penalize a business for another business moving in closer or close to them. Large majority of the kids frequenting like the dance studios and things, in my experience, they're being driven to these facilities by parents. There's not a whole lot of kids running around the streets in Brentwood at 100 degrees to have to go walking past these facilities. I would be in support of changing youth-oriented facilities to schools, schools, both public and private schools, which would then we could consider maybe that 250 feet being even a little bit further, like the 500 feet. Compliance checks, the strict enforcement, weed out the businesses that are causing the problems. If the compliance checks are supposed to be so effective, allow them to do their job and take care of the businesses that are actually violating the rules. That's kind of where I stand. It seems like we keep bringing this back and then we keep making more changes and then we bring it back and we make more changes again. And it causes all of you to get in here and tell us for hours why you either agree or disagree with us. In agenda review, we started having a conversation about maybe an ad hoc committee taking this on and taking a look at maybe a better way to get the businesses, the advocates involved in an ad hoc committee on a smaller size scale and let that committee start making some of those choices. Maybe a consideration instead of it keep coming back to council over and over again. Just a thought.
Good afternoon, everyone. Or evening, thank you. Good night, everyone. I listened to everyone's public comment and appreciate all my colleagues for their comments and the staff report. We initially brought this. I want to start off by saying I think we should be very careful about the language we use, even the language we use up here when you say punishment. This was never brought by myself or Council Member Mendoza as a punishment to anyone. There was no intention to punish any business. However, what ends up happening, and I appreciate the comment by the mayor earlier, when you sit on this dais, it's a very difficult thing to do. It is usually a spot in which you are typically demonized because 50% of the people are never happy by what you have to say. You build a fire department, you want to build a fire department next to veterans, you're anti-veteran, even if you're a veteran family member. Even if you're pro-public safety, you want to change an ordinance, then people attack you and call you a crook because you want to change an ordinance to not be violative of the First Amendment of the Constitution. And now you bring a tobacco retail license to try to support children, and now you're anti-business. I think we should all be careful about the comments or the language that we have when it's not favorable. And then to hear comments that if your child ever uses a vape or ever gets access to a smoking device or a cigarette, that you are a bad parent, it hurts really deeply if you've ever been affected by this. No matter how well you parent, any one of your children can possibly be affected by the use of tobacco, alcohol, and let's not talk about all the people who have the slump from the fentanyl. I have plenty of clients that we see in misdemeanors or guardianship cases where there are like 18-year-olds who are on fentanyl who come from the best households that you can ever imagine. And some of the best schools, private schools, but lives. And so I think it takes a village approach. And part of the village is not just our students who come from the school, our council, but it's also our business owners. Many of you have paid money to be for Little League sponsorships and other sponsorships in our city, sponsored events. And if you haven't, I encourage you to do so. And so you guys provide tax dollars, and I don't think we should demonize you for products that you choose to sell. Being mindful that there are offenders here. So when we talk about, yes, a lot of kids do, majority of them get it online, but there are, from stings, there have been offenses. They have occurred. And if even one offense occurs, it's enough for me to consider that we do need a tobacco retail license. After coming here, last time we were here, a couple of things that I wanted to take into consideration was the shisha, I cannot say that, should be compliant with the state law. I think we should comply with state law. I also think that it's really imperative that I do appreciate you, Clay. I don't know about your little last statement. I'd rather see your wife than you sometimes, majority of the time. She's cuter than you are. But anyway, I think we should redefine the youth-oriented establishments to be K through 12. I'd still keep the 250. I don't think the door-to-door, but if we change the youth-oriented establishments, I think that will go far. I think it's too broad of, I have to agree with Councilmember Maloney. I think it is too broad of a definition. And again, daycares, dance studios are usually, children are dropped off by parents. And I don't know too many 2-year-olds who are popping up like, trying to get a pack of smokes.
A lot of teens do dance in Brentwood and they drive themselves.
Yeah, so those studios need to make sure that they're watching out when those teens are coming and going if they're gonna still operate in the city of Brentwood. I think it's time for us to have also, we need to look at some more stringent requirements for youth-oriented facilities, because what has happened is we've been banning businesses who've been here for a long time. I mean, I even voted to stop a business from serving beer, which affected how often they can, and it is a legal substance. Even though we know we have children who drink beer all the time, but because they were by a youth-oriented facility, we've stopped them. And I think we need to be mindful that we start to look a little bit at the youth-oriented facilities if we're not gonna put restrictions on where they can go as well. So tonight, I mean, I know we need our mayor to talk, but and then it's a little offensive when people make the comment, oh, we've been here for so long. Well, we have processes and we have a big city to run. And so we've tried to move as fastly as we can, but things have to be flushed out. We have to give our staff time to analyze. We have to give legal the opportunity to analyze. And I just want to take this time to thank the staff, because they come here on the council nights and we give them direction and they bring us back exactly what we asked for. And then we're like, but wait a minute. We need to change it a little bit. And then they have to go back and they try their best to try to make it work and give us suggestions on how to make it best work for everybody. I have to say, when we initially did do this, we didn't have all of you in the room. And so we had to make decisions. Yeah, we had to make decisions. And I highly recommend you all look every week at our agendas because it may affect everybody. But yeah, and then when everyone came, what did we do? We tried to take in consideration the voice of our residents, the voice of our business owners. But we are not gonna make everybody happy. We are not gonna make everyone happy. And so we'll try our best, This is what we do on council. This is what, I think I said this before, mediation, you have a good mediation when both people leave the room mad, but they have a settlement at the very end. So hopefully, you know, a little bit of everybody is mad, but a little bit of everybody's happy tonight.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And I want to say too, that absolutely correct in that we've had different people here in the audience in chambers. And I think that does drive the conversation. It is why the last time we spoke, there were some changes to what we had proposed, specifically because you might come to a council meeting as a council member and think you understand where you stand about something and be open to what, you know, suggestions and staff recommendations and what you're hearing in public comment. And then when public comment comes in, sometimes it'll completely switch your viewpoint and give you a different perspective that you hadn't thought about. So that is why these public hearings are so important. It's why I'm really glad that you all came to speak about this. I did want to ask a couple of questions. And I thank you for both of you for bringing up what launched this whole thing. This wasn't just a goal to impose a restriction on businesses. This was a goal to address a very significant problem that was presented at a committee meeting for, this is basically made up of city council members, school board members, police and fire, who else? Okay, so these, and the college, thank you. So this group of people gets together and addresses issues that are, that kind of overlap in their concerns. And so this is one of the ones that came up as a priority for us to discuss. And so yes, it has taken a long time. And part of that is because, again, we're asking a lot of staff and we're all willing to do our own homework and our own research and bring ideas forward and listen and incorporate and compromise. And so I think tonight is going to end up being a compromise. And again, not everyone's going to be happy, but I did want to ask, and I'm hoping that the chief or someone knows the answer to this question. Among the businesses impacted by this potential at this current proposed TRL, do you have any idea of how many of those businesses, without naming any names, have had a violation?
I don't have exact businesses. I can tell you since March of this year, we've conducted 3 operations at 25 different locations in town, and we've issued 5 citations.
Okay. Thank you. Something else I want to mention, and this changed last time in a way that I wasn't thrilled with, frankly. The 41, the number of licenses in the city, and Linda, I think, can you speak to what a typical number of licenses are? And Brentwood, and when I'm asking that, I think Brentwood ranked really low as far as not compliance, but protections, if you will. Do you have any, can you provide any information about that?
I'm sorry, can you rephrase that? Protections?
Yeah, I need to, clearly. Sorry about that. So my goal is to find out, I know when this first came up, Brentwood was ranked very low in its protection of kids and its allowance of sales of tobacco products. And so I believe there was a ranking number.
Yeah, I'm afraid I wasn't part of the process at that time, and I'm not sure what that ranking was.
Okay. Suffice it to say, we were very low. We did not look good. So part of the reason, too, was to kind of find ways to improve those numbers and make us a little bit more respectful of the process and making sure that kids don't have access, those kind of things. So this is in large part where some of the input came from the county health departments to help us along with that process, and some of the recommendations came from there as well. There was mention of other cities and some of the work that they have done when it comes to the TRLs and the compliance. What have you, when you've done your research about other cities, when you've done comparisons, what have you seen?
So I've looked mainly at Hayward, as at Sacramento. I'm not sure where the model ordinance came from that Brian drafted our ordinance from. Those were the 2 ones that I found the most significant, well-drawn-out ordinances to compare what we were doing. I gave input, but the actual drafting of it was mainly from our outside legal counsel.
Okay.
I believe Brian might be available to answer the question, though.
Did Ken have something?
Yeah, I was just going to say that the model ordinance was drafted by the American Lung Association.
Okay, thank you for that. When we talk about the 41 license cap, and this is not something that changed. In my original thought process, I really wanted to not have an actual cap, but lose this licensing across the city through attrition so that our numbers there would go lower. And I recognize that people are talking about licenses that are available to be resold to a new buyer of the business. But I also think, like, if someone loses a license based on violations, you know, that means, of course, that we've had 3 total violations. there's nothing, and if you could clarify, there's nothing that would stop them from opening a new tobacco shop or convenience store elsewhere in the city and under a new license. Is that accurate?
That's correct. We would have a ban on that individual or that corporation, say, having a new license and that location having a new license. However, we wouldn't really have a means to know if they created a new entity.
Okay.
That's fairly simple, and chose a new location and reopened, because if we keep the cap at the current 41, we have no way to reduce the number of licenses. Therefore, we have no way of stopping a poor performer from choosing to reopen again in Brentwood if their license is revoked.
Thank you, Linda. And I don't know if this is leaning us towards making more changes and then perhaps doing the ad hoc that was discussed, but I do think some compromising should be noted at this point. And again, this is not about, it's not about punishing businesses. It's hard to hear people talking about how their livelihood is going to be impacted by this. But we do have to take all of this into consideration. And so I think one of the things I would like to see, I would agree with the Vice Mayor on a real clear definition of youth-oriented enterprises, or excuse me, enterprises? Establishments, thank you. Some consistency there. And I think, what else did I want to look at here? I'm taking some notes as I went along. I would like some clarification too on the outreach that occurred during this whole process. I feel like staff has done a really good job about that, and I want to make sure it's recognized that what exactly did happen to try to communicate with people.
I will say that we tried our very best. We looked up the mailing address and physical address for everybody that had a TRL. They have a mailing address that they provide to the state for their state license, so we made sure to use that. Same with the emails, and if I had any second emails, I added that to the email list. I can't make somebody open an envelope. I labeled all of them, tobacco ordinance in red, all the envelopes that went out. We did our best. We can't make people open these things up. So
I'm sorry, and I think it's just important to note that because I know there's been a lot of concern about it. And I know that we don't just impose something without doing our absolute best to try and reach the people it would impact. So thanks for answering that question. I just thought it was important to note. With that, we've had a lot of really, I would say, good conversation around this. And I think it seemed like the Vice Mayor, or did you have something you wanted to note?
I think, I don't know if I want to go to a subcommittee. I think most of us have read this enough that I don't know what else we can flesh out in a subcommittee. It'd just be wasting, spending more time. And listening to Mr. Hawley, sometimes we have to make compromises. So, and listening to Faye, because and you're an officer, you deal with a lot of this. So when you say 500 feet near K through 12, I'll put my trust in you on that versus the 250 near all youth facilities. So I don't know, would we be ready? How many of us feel okay with 500 from high schools versus the 250? Huh?
Let me make my motion.
Well, but I wanted to discuss how we felt about everything before we.
You got to vote?
No, that's not a vote. I don't want to make a motion and then have it fail. I want us to be in a consensus kind of while we're putting together a motion. We've done that before a little bit. Go ahead, sorry.
Let it fail, do a friendly amendment.
I think the discussion is fair though, because it sounds like, from what I was hearing, it sounded like people were comfortable with that. And
then I guess my question is, if we make the changes the 500 feet or whatever we decide on the footage, and then you were thinking, I didn't understand where you were, did we want to make a change to the limit of licenses?
My concern is that if we, again, I was interested in the idea of losing the licenses by attrition, but my concern is that if we lose someone because of violations, that, as Linda mentioned, they could go elsewhere in the city, start a new entity, and just start doing the same practice again. So I know it's not something that we were really focused on last time, but I wanted to bring up that conversation.
So if someone violates, is there anything we can put in the ordinance that says they can no longer apply for a TRL in the city of Brentwood?
We have that in the ordinance already. What happens is you can't control that somebody goes and opens a whole nother business name.
Yeah,
is
what she's saying. But you can't control that.
But there's a person who owns the business. So can we do the individual versus the business?
That would be a question for legal on how easy would it be to find
get a new
out
business
the
name, right?
individuals that are part of a corporation. I feel like would be possible for them to create a new entity that I may think the same person is behind that entity, but how would I prove that?
You can get a straw person. If I was starting a new business, I can get you to open the business up in your name.
Yeah, okay.
So, I mean, I think we're going beyond what we can actually control here, and I think we just review this in a year. But I would like the opportunity to make my motion. I would like to make it, and then if people want to vote on it and it fails, we'll come back. It's only a few seconds.
Go ahead.
So I'd like to make a motion that we keep everything as it is in the tobacco retailer's license ordinance for Chapter 5.76 of Brentwood Municipal Code, with the exception to making the following changes. That youth-oriented facilities be defined as K through 12, and that we keep the distance requirements 500 feet, Lord, I'm so tired, 500 feet from these newly defined youth-oriented facilities, which are K through 12. I also think that we need to make sure that this tobacco ordinance is, when we talk about shisha, that it is consistent with the state of California's current laws regarding those establishments.
And I would second that, unless you have amendments.
That includes private and public schools, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And Katie had something.
Yeah, so just a couple of questions. And I think you answered it. So K through 12 would be public and private. This is regular full-time education, not a school, like a tutoring opportunity, or it is I would want to work with staff to define schools in such a way so as to make sure that we're not inadvertently catching, the tutoring schools and after-school places, because I don't think that's what you mean. Is that correct?
That is correct. That is not what I mean, but I guess basically when I talk K through 12, that they are a school that matriculates students K through 12 following California educational standards or ed code, and not any type of tutoring, math, or other alternative programs that occur like after school. I think one of the issues we do need to consider is now a lot of daycares have K.
Right.
But we'll cross that bridge when we come back in a year. But we can only do what we can do right now.
Okay, so that's one question. The second question is with regard to the shisha state laws. This ordinance gives the city the opportunity to impose its own laws, but also to be mindful of state laws. Exactly what are you looking for with respect to shisha, so we're noting that correctly?
I think that there is some specific, I cannot talk tonight, I'm so tired. There is a specific state laws that call out shisha, and I would like us to mirror that state law in our municipal code. And I can't tell you exactly which one, but they were brought up during our last meeting.
If I can interject, Brian did add that to the existing draft that we have. So it allows for the sale of shisha for on-site consumption at a hookah lounge.
Thank you, that's what I was talking about. So
Okay,
if it's
then
already in
that's
there, then it
covered.
would be consistent.
Okay.
And Vice Mayor, we'll probably want you to restate your motion after we go through all this. Could I just ask Linda a question as relates to shisha?
Can you just rewind back what I said, Darren? Seriously, I don't remember.
It's okay, we will. Could you tell us if the hookah lounge could have a food or beverage attached to it? What is the current proposal state?
Currently, no, because we state in the ordinance that no license will be issued to a bar or a restaurant. But I also believe there's some state restrictions for having tobacco consumption sales at the same place that you have alcohol or food sales. So I think there might already be a state conflict there.
So it should mirror that. Thank you. So I'll try, Darren. I'm going to give it a try. I'm going to give it a college try. I'd like to make a motion that we modify the tobacco retailer's license, which is the ordinance, chapter 5.76 of Brentwood Municipal Code, to redefine youth-oriented facilities or entities to be K through 12 schools, public and private, not to be inclusive of any type of alternative after-school or daycare program, that we extend the TRL to 500 feet versus 250 feet. And is that I think that's everything.
I think.
Oh, and then we already got the other stuff on there about the shisha.
And my second still holds.
Okay. So at this point, before the council votes, we could do one of two things. We could show my screen, which I think captures what you want. But if the council is considering this, we might take a 5-minute break to allow staff to determine whether any other ordinance provisions
I was
need to
going to suggest
change.
a break anyway, so that would be
Okay.
fine.
So we have a motion and a second on the table. If we can take a quick break and look at whether the ordinance would need further modification or whether it could go forward tonight, then you could complete the vote and you would know what the landscape looked like.
How much time do you need?
If we say a
we need
5-minute break, that'll give us 10.
So you want 10 minutes?
Yes, please.
Okay, we will be back in 10 minutes. We're currently in break. Thank you. Okay, we are coming back from our break, and I believe our attorney is going to put the notations on the screen.
Yes. Oh, thank you. You guys are efficient. So the motion on the table is to adopt or waive the first reading of and adopt the ordinance in the packet with the following modifications. A change in the definition of youth-oriented establishment, which if you're following along on the PDF is found on page 39. This definition would be modified as shown on the screen. I'll make it a little bigger. To mean a parcel in the city occupied by any publicly or privately owned and operated elementary school, middle school, secondary school, high school, or other institution providing academic instruction for students from kindergarten through 12th grade pursuant to the California Education Code, but not including any alternative educational facilities, daycare facilities, or tutoring facilities. So that's the first part. The second part would amend the buffer zone, which is found on PDF page 44 of the agenda packet, and provide that a license may not be issued to a tobacco retailer within 500 feet of a youth-oriented establishment. Does this correctly capture the direction that was provided by the maker of the motion and the second? Okay. Thank you. And with that, you're free to continue to take the vote, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank
If
you.
I could read the ordinance title right quick and then. An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Brentwood regulating tobacco product sales, requiring the licensure of tobacco retailers, and adding Chapter 5.76 to the Brentwood Municipal Code.
Thanks very much, Amanda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposition? The item passes as stated. I believe there's a resolution connected to this. It's not on the red agenda.
There is also a resolution that contains the council's approval of the fees associated with the implementation of this ordinance. So if the council is inclined to adopt those fees to allow staff to conduct cost recovery operations, staff would be looking for a motion to approve the resolution.
And before we do that, I should also mention, the wind down is a 1-year period. We've asked staff to come back at 1 year so that I would rather they came back at 6 months so that there's some time to do anything that needs to be changed in the meantime. Does that make, okay.
So staff understands that the direction will be after the effective date of the ordinance, because that's still out a little ways. 6 months after that date, staff will return and report to the city council. Is that match your expectations? Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So I move that we pass the fees associated with the TRL.
In the resolution?
In the resolution.
Thank you.
A second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No opposition. That passes too. Thank you. This was a lot, so I really appreciate all the work that went into this and all the feedback as well. Before we move into any other items, I'm going to apologize to staff that's been waiting out to make presentations, but I'm going to postpone items G2, H1, and H3 to a date uncertain, as we have a lot left on the agenda and a lot discussion. My apologies.
The fifth beat one, I think the police.
That's one of them.
Oh, hold on.
It was G2, H1, and H3.
G2. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Postponing them. Yeah. We are going to go into H2, yes. Okay. Everybody ready? Okay, good. Item H2, Amanda Cheney, Recreation Supervisor, will present an update on the farmers market expansion. I'm sorry, could we have quiet in the chambers, please, so we can move into our next item? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I'm Recreation Supervisor Amanda Cheney. I'm returning tonight with you with an updated staff report for the farmers market expansion. There was a future agenda item requested, and I'm coming back after the April 8th City Council meeting. As noted in the staff report, the city conducted a survey of 46 of the downtown businesses that are located along the possible expansion corridor as discussed at the last City Council council meeting. We had 22 responses, or a 48% response rate from the downtown businesses. And of those, 11 of the businesses would be possibly interested in a booth at a farmer's market, either weekly, quarterly, or on a monthly basis. Staff did work with Pacific Coast Farmers Market Association, and after consulting their executive team, they decided that they are not willing to expand the farmers market at this time, citing operational concerns. In addition, at this time, we don't have city staff to run market booths on the weekend, nor behind the scenes time during the week as is. City staff also met with Makers Boulevard, who hosts a market the third Saturday of each month, adjacent to Farmers Market. They are open to a partnership to include or hold a specific number of booths each month, specifically for our downtown businesses, as long as they would follow the Makers Boulevard rules and regulations and pricing tiers. Staff has several options listed for you tonight in the staff report, including partnering with Makers Boulevard, returning with more information at a later date, coming back in December with our regular special events update, or no action at this time. This concludes my report, and I'm available if you have questions.
Thank you, Amanda. Any questions for staff? Okay. Moving into public comments.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand to speak. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after your timer has expired. I do not have any speaker cards in person or hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Any discussion on this item? Or a motion on this item?
There's no need for a motion tonight.
Oh, okay.
It's really just an informational item as we reported back to the city council.
Wonderful. Thank you for that reminder. We are moving into H4.
And I just want to say thank you for Michelle from Makers Market for showing
Yes.
up. And I appreciate your willingness to work with the city as well. Thank you.
Good point. Thank you.
And thank you, Amanda, for your report.
Yes, that too. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. We appreciate the partnership. On item H4, Casey Wickert, Director of Public Works, will present the next item regarding an agreement for consulting services for various water planning requirements.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council. This item tonight before you is a consideration of a contract with consulting firm Brown and Caldwell to prepare some various reports required by legislation, particularly the urban water management plans required by some legislation that was passed in 2001. Several of the other reports required that are listed in this staff report were made necessary by legislation that was passed in 2018. And finally, the water master plan, which is kind of works in conjunction with the other reports that are required by these regulations, is a document that staff feels is necessary to ensure the city's long-term supply of water and accessibility for the residents, make sure that it keeps up with the growth in the city. Those things all kind of work in conjunction. A lot of these reports process the same data. Having the same consultant process that data, make all the conclusions and recommendations just makes a lot of sense from a fiscal standpoint. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Casey. Any questions from council?
Yeah, I have a question, and sorry, I should have looked at the meeting notes from the March 2023, but was there an original amount in 2023?
You have to forgive me, I'm not sure what you're referencing from 2023.
So on the resolution, it says in March of 2023, the city of Brentwood issued a request for qualifications for NPDES permit compliance and regulatory water plans and reports consulting services for development and support of regulatory water plans and reports for its water operations division. Was there a cost associated with that? And is this a continuation of that?
This is not a continuation. This is a brand new contract. Most of these reports are required every 5 years. One of them is required annually.
Okay.
So this is not a continuation of anything from 2020.
So what's the difference between that and this?
In 2023, the services that were requested were for the water and the wastewater enterprises. Specifically, staff asked for consultants that did reports for both enterprises. We got multiple responses from different agencies. This particular firm only responded with a proposal to do the water-related reports. A different firm replied with responses to bids for the wastewater NPDES permits. So they're separate reports from different enterprises. We solicited them on the same RFP. We got different responses, so we're bringing the contracts to you separately.
So this is the RFP from, I guess I'm just trying to connect the dots. So this is the RFP from 2023?
James, can you confirm that? Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm just,
It's a long time ago. My memory's not
yeah.
quite what it should
And then
be.
I looked through the CI, I couldn't find it in the CIP, but I'm just trying to like connect the dots of all the financials on it. Sorry.
Sure.
Hello.
Good evening. So in 2023, we went out for a statement of qualifications that allows us to use these contractors for a period of 4 years.
I'm sorry, can you bring the mic a little closer? Thank you.
That statement of qualifications is good for 4 years. So every 4 years we go out for that RFP. We get bids from from the consultants, and then the reports that are due within those 4 years are used by those consultants or provided by those consultants.
I guess I'm just a little confused because this says 2023, but it's a totally different RFP. They don't have anything to do with each other, but it's on the resolution history. And if it's every 4 years, that was 23, and now we're in 25, that's 2 years.
Contracts weren't let in 2023. We just solicited the SOQs and asked for their qualifications in. This is the first that you're seeing it from a contract.
So there was no contract in
Correct.
2023, it was just like, hey, we want you to do this work.
Correct.
Who can do it? And it's taken a couple of years.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from council? Okay, moving into public comment.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. I do not have any speaker cards in person or hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you. Moving into discussion or a motion.
I'm ready to make a motion if we're okay.
Thank you.
As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution approving and authorizing the city manager execute an agreement for consulting services with Brown and Caldwell for various water planning efforts in the not to exceed amount of $642,293.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No opposition, the item passes. Thank you. Moving into item H5, Andrew Pillai, Engineering Manager, will present the next item regarding an agreement with CCTA for the countywide Smart Signals project and an amendment to the 2025-26 through 2029-30 CIP budget.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Council members. I'm Anju Pillai, Engineering Manager with the Engineering Department. I'm here to present before you the item H5 for the funding agreement with the city and the Contra Costa Transportation Authority for the countywide Smart Signals project. Little bit of a background on the project. So CCTA, through the partnership with all the jurisdictions in the county, had applied for and was awarded the One Bay Area Grant Cycle 3 funding in the amount of $26,555,000 for this project. Brentwood played a key role in the success of the grant application by providing critical technical review and support during the grant application. And this project will upgrade approximately 300 traffic signals in 19 jurisdictions and unincorporated communities within Contra Costa County. So the project primarily serves three major goals. One is improve the traffic safety, and this is mainly through improving the safety and minimizing crashes, injuries, fatalities between motorists, bicyclists, and pedestrians. And the second is actually optimizing mobility. So what does that do? To ensure smooth travel by traffic signal synchronization, decrease traffic delays, and increase transit reliability. And the third is adopting intelligent traffic management that allows optimization of traffic during incidents, evacuations, as well as major events. Now, going into the project locations. So CCTA had identified routes of regional significance in the county for the deployment of this project in consultation with the city. So what is a route of regional significance? That is a roadway that connects two or more sub-areas of Contra Costa County, crosses county boundaries, carries significant through traffic, and or provides access to a regional highway or a transit facility. So in Brentwood, we do have several routes of regional significance, but they did choose Brentwood Boulevard and Lone Tree Way primarily because of the transit facilities and connections to the neighboring cities of Antioch and Oakley. So with that, they identified all the 15 traffic signals along this route, and these signals are the ones that will be receiving the upgrades. In short, the upgrade, the project scope includes upgrading the existing signals in the county along this selected roads of regional significance and provide interconnectivity throughout the Contra Costa signal systems. So what are the upgrades that we are getting, right? So we are getting signal controller and firmware updates, which is essentially, the signal control is essentially the main controlling equipment in the signal, and the firmware are the software that goes with it. We'll be getting video and radar detection instead of the standard detector loops that we find in the intersections. There will be cellular communication between the signals for effective signal coordination. There will be an ATMS or Advanced Traffic Management System for the real-time monitoring of the signals and also update to the signal timing. There will be traffic signal synchronization for better traffic flow. And another key important item is the emergency vehicle preemption, which allows better response times for emergency responders. The additional feature that they may add is a transit signal priority module, whereby transit buses can be given priority for their movement. So the total cost of the project is, for the city of Brentwood, is $1,991,603. CCTA will be providing OBAC 3 funds in the amount of $1,718,538, and also Measure J in the amount of $44,672. City of Brentwood, like all the other cities, are required to pay a fair share of 11.47% of the total project cost. And for us, that amounts to $228,393. As of today, 17 jurisdictions have entered into the funding agreements. And the CIP 336-31706 was created for this project. And we had an approved general fund allocation of $250,000. However, an amendment to that project budget is recommended to reflect the updated project cost and funding sources as shown in the staff report with a reduced general fund allocation. With that, staff is recommending that the City Council authorize the city manager or designate to execute the funding agreement between the Contra Costa Transportation Authority and the City of Brentwood for the county-wide Smart Signals Project, CIP number 336-31706, and approve amending the 2025-26-2029-30 Capital Improvement Program budget.
What a mouthful.
With that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Are there questions for staff? I had one, and that is really, well, actually two. One of them is, are you aware of other municipalities that have already implemented this and what success rates they're seeing? Has it impacted speeding, safety, any of those things that you're aware of?
Okay, so thank you for that question. The project is currently in the design phase still. So the CCTA was anticipating to go into construction this year in September of 2025, but they're still under the design phase. But of the 19 jurisdictions, 17 have already entered into agreement, and we've been meeting with CCTA and their project team to finalize the scope and design as it pertains to each city. So we haven't yet seen the final product because it hasn't gone into construction.
Okay, thank you. And then the other question was, Brentwood's got a significantly high amount of this allocation of funding, and I'm curious how that happened because that's a huge success.
I think it is a coordination that the staff must have done, and of course, CCTA played a major role in figuring out the routes of regional significance. So with having Tri-Delta routes going through Lone Tree Way and Brentwood Boulevard, connecting Oakley and Antioch, these corridors seem to be of importance to CCT as well.
Great, thank you very much for that. No questions, so we can move into public comment.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the city council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. I do not have any public comments in person, and I do have one hand raised in Zoom. Rod, go ahead.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Again, I'm on Planning Commission, but I'm speaking as a taxpayer and private citizen. I'm not sure this is the right way to go. I think it's a lot cheaper just to fix the timing on the lights so people are less likely to run them. Many studies have shown that if you just add a couple seconds to the yellow light and you add a couple seconds to the amount of time, 1 or 2 seconds, the amount of time that all lights
Excuse
are
me,
red.
Rod, I'm sorry. I
Yes.
think you might be speaking on a different item, one that we actually pushed out, which would be the one with the red
okay.
lights.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is a different
okay.
project. You can continue if I'm
sorry.
wrong.
No, I'm speaking on the wrong item. I shouldn't. Thank you so much.
Okay, thanks, Rod.
I have one additional hand raised. Ian, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening, Council. Being the nerd I am, I was reading the CCTA website like months or like a year ago, and I saw this project. I'm like, oh my God, because, before we built Sand Creek Road, the biggest pain point is one time it took me 20 minutes, I swear, on Lone Tree Way just to get from Walmart to Highway 4. Because with my luck, I hit every single red light. And right now, I'm on the rapid response network for East County, and sometimes I'm kind of rushing somewhere to go investigate a report of eye sightings. I swear, my luck is I hit every single red light. This project, the way I understand it, is going to make it flow, where traffic can just kind of flow if you're going to speed limit in one direction, which is crucial because during emergencies, I can only imagine how clogged up our roads are, besides how clogged they're right now. So I think the county transit authority is doing a great job of building this, and I wish it would include Balfour Road, but I know Balfour Road doesn't really fit into the criteria of connecting us to other cities. It only really connects Brentwood to Contra Costa County. That's it. But ideally, in the future, I would love to see Balfour Road included and maybe Sand Creek. But for now, I am more than happy with Brentwood Boulevard and Lone Tree Way. Thank you.
I have no additional hands raised.
Thank you. Moving into council discussion or a motion.
I'm ready to make a motion. As detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution authorizing the city manager or designee to execute the funding agreement between CCTA and the city for the countywide smart signals project and approve amending the 2025-2026 to 2029-2030 capital improvement project or capital improvement program budget.
I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
The motion passes.
And Madam Mayor, before we move on, I just wanted to thank engineering staff and Anju for their efforts in attracting additional grant revenue. Also, I do want to mention that Anju she recently assumed the role of chair of a technical committee for CCTA. She's leading that group for the county and through CCTA, and also I believe that it'll be very fruitful for us as we try to attract additional funding for infrastructure to our county. So appreciate the extra time and efforts by Anju.
Thank you, Anju. And I actually got to see Anju in the field working hard for the city. So thank you so much for everything you do. I got to see you in real time, so that was really awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving into item H6, Teresa Fairbanks, Acting Director of Human Resources, will present the next item regarding an update to the compensation summary for the unrepresented executive and senior management employees.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. The item before you tonight for consideration is to adopt a resolution approving and adopting updates to the management incentive pay section of the compensation summary for the City of Brentwood unrepresented executive and senior management employees. These updates, outlined in the attached compensation summary, were recommended by outside legal to clarify eligibility and compliance. CalPERS has reviewed the proposed language and confirmed that if adopted, management incentive pay will qualify as reportable special compensation for eligible Classic members. Staff recommends that the City Council approve and adopt the updated language for the management incentive pay section in the compensation summary. I'm available to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you, Teresa. Any questions for staff? Okay, moving into public comment.
At this time, the public is permitted to address the City Council on this agenda item. If you're participating via Zoom, please raise your hand. If you're in person, please file a speaker card with the city clerk. Your microphone will be muted if you speak on items that do not pertain to this agenda item or after the timer has expired. I have no speaker cards in person or hands raised in Zoom.
Thank you, Amanda. Moving into council discussion or a motion.
I can make a motion if there's no discussion. So as detailed in the staff report, I move to adopt a resolution approving and adopting updates to the management incentive pay section of the compensation summary for the City of Brentwood unrepresented executive and senior management employees.
One second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And no opposition, so the item moves. Moving into requests for future agenda items, new requests. Seeing none, we are looking for one final motion.
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.